Good evening. Welcome to the regularly scheduled meeting of the Mayor and City Council of the City of College Park. I'm Mayor Bianca Motley Broom. It's 7:35 p.m. and we have a full quorum present with council members McKenzie, Karn, Arnold, and Gay, and apparently that fan is too loud. I think you're going to have to turn it off. Yep. All right. And so at this time, with the continuing objections to the omnibus bill that this council passed on January 2nd and ordinance 2024-01, I will call the meeting to order at 7:36 p.m. Our first item is the Pledge of Allegiance. I think the fan's going to have to go off, though, because it's interfering with the microphone. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Chaplain Walker is coming for our invocation. They all go off.
Madam Mayor and council persons, as well as citizens of College Park, let us pray. O Holy Spirit of all humankind and of the world itself, that provides this honor to be present, to be able to be expressing empathy, understanding, and universal compassion. We pay honor to the privilege to be here and to share ourselves. We gather here at this particular meeting with a lot of anxieties. We have the anxieties of the student unrest across the country. We have the stress of the trial of an ex-president. We have the division and the debates between candidates. We also have some anxiety about, will we be heard? Will we be seen? Will we be understood and encouraged to express our concerns? Because we ask that there be more order over the powers of chaos that disrupt life. Help us to understand the full meaning of taking responsibility and control to overcome diversity. Each of us have the power. Each of us has the courage. Help us to be powerful and courageous, and to be our true selves and authentic citizens of College Park. Hear our concerns, O Lord, for the Palestinians and the Jews caught in a horrible conflict. Bless also, hear our prayers for those people who strive to express themselves, to overcome inhumanity, and to curb the possibility of genocide. Hear, O Lord, that we give thanks for our mayor and our city council, in spite of the struggles that they have had in the past weeks. Help them to be more transparent and to give us the feeling that they labor for the welfare of our city. Hear, O Lord, our thanks for all those who work and serve the functioning of our city government. They're not at all our enemies. They are our friends and our neighbors. Let us be respectful to all. help us to have more meaningful lives, safety, security, and values for who we are and who we aspire to be. These, O Lord, are some of the hopes and concerns. Assist us in leaving this meeting so that we can feel heard, being honest with one another, support each other, and understand the necessity to help one another without devaluation or judgment. May we leave this meeting with the feeling that we are here and honor each other and strive for the common goal to pursue life, justice, and the pursuit of happiness. In the name of the most holy of all holies, we give you thanks. Amen.
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 Additions, deletions, amendments, or changes to the agenda? Are there any?
Only that Celisa Jefferson wants her proclamation postponed to next month.
Oh, okay. All right, so we'll remove item 5B. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Carn. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Arnold. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll move forward to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, that is unanimous. Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
Motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Carn. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Arnold. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. That is unanimous. We have item 4A, the workshop session minutes from April 15th. Is there a motion?
So
Motion
moved.
with discussion.
Oh, you have a motion with, okay.
She's got a motion. Thank you,
Okay.
Councilmember McKenzie. Is there a second?
Second with discussion.
Thank you, Councilmember Gay. Go right ahead.
The only issue is line 13. It's got Councilmember Gay absent, but there's no line item when I return.
Yes, sir. Anything else? All right. So, Ms. Brown, you'll follow up on getting the right timing on when Councilmember Gay returned?
Yes, sir.
All right. So with that change or update, all those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. That is unanimous. It's regular session minutes. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Carn. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Arnold. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Thank you. That is unanimous. Let's move on to the proclamations, the resolutions, the plaques, and announcements, which is the reason a lot of you are here. So our first one is the All-Star of the Month.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This employee joined the City of College Park in May 2023. I'm sorry, I wrote that. In May 2023, and has been a tremendous asset. This individual is not only exceptional at his job, but also possesses a remarkable willingness to assist others and go an extra mile. He has proven himself to be pivotal part of our team, always ready to lend a hand and contribute positively to the workplace. This person's commitment to supporting his colleagues is truly a great strength. The April All-Star of the Month is Mr. Joshua Narangelo.
There we go. Yeah, tilt the point, that's right. Good, lower it down just a little bit. All right, on 3. 1, 2, and 3. Again like that. 1, 2, and 3. Thank you.
Alrighty, our first proclamation is recognizing the Great American Cleanup 2024. So all of you who are here with Keep College Park Beautiful, come on down. Whereas the Great American oh yes. Whereas the Great American Cleanup is the country's largest community program that kicks off in more than 20,000 communities each spring. This national program improvement engages more than 1.5 million volunteers and participants who take action in their communities every year to create positive change and lasting impact. And whereas Keep America Beautiful is the nation's iconic community improvement nonprofit organization that envisions a country in which every community is a clean, green, and beautiful place to live, and has established the Great American Cleanup as its signature national effort for involving American citizens in improving their community's environment. Whereas Keep America Beautiful's Great American Cleanup is the nation's largest community improvement program, engaging more than 1.5 million volunteers and participants every year to create positive change and lasting impact in local communities. Whereas the City of College Park seeks to protect its natural resources and bring people together to transform public spaces into beautiful places. Whereas the Mayor and Council recognize the commitment to engage citizens, civic and government officials, and business leaders to work together to end littering, improve recycling, and beautify America's communities. And whereas Keep College Park Beautiful and the College Park Mayor and Council are committed to elevate the importance of volunteerism and motivate everyone to become stewards of the environment. Whereas the Mayor and Council of the City of College Park, Georgia, do declare that March 19th through June 22nd? Wow, all right. March 19th through June 22nd, 2024 is hereby proclaimed the Great American Cleanup. So that means everyone's got time to do it. So you've got some time. Be it further proclaimed that the City of College Park calls upon our citizens to join activities that promote responsible environmental stewardship and help us renew our commitment to building a better world today and for future generations. Proclaimed this 6th day of May, 2024. These up here for your picture? Okay.
Mayor, help hold that there too. On 3. 1, 2, and 3. Again. 1, 2. Last time. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
All right, so we're looking for the 10U boys. Excellent. Hello, gentlemen. I see that you got hardware there because you're champions. Come on out. So for all the parents in the audience who want to get pictures, just give us one moment to just get through the official photographer, and then we'll make sure that you get an opportunity. Whereas the College Park Recreation and Cultural Arts basketball program season ran from December 2023 to March of 2024, servicing over 300 youth during the season. And whereas on March 1st to 2nd, 2024, the City of College Park Recreation and Cultural Arts girls and boys basketball recreation program participated in the GRPA state youth basketball tournaments across the state of Georgia. And whereas the City of College Park Recreation and Cultural Arts Department had a total of 6 teams of both girls and boys to compete in the Georgia Recreation and Parks Association state youth basketball tournaments. And whereas the College Park Recreation Youth Basketball Program won state youth championships in the 10 and under major boys. Players Dallas Agu, Miles Collier, Shane Gordon Jr., Braylon Kern, Johan Oliver, Carlos Simmons Jr., and Xavier Souffrant. The team was coached by Emmanuel Rainey Jr. and Shane Gordon Sr. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Mayor and City Council of the City of College Park that the College Park 10U Boys Youth Basketball Team is recognized for their hard work, dedication, and accomplishments as Georgia Recreation and Parks Association state champions in the state of Georgia. Proclaimed this 6th day of May, 2024. All right, and so we also have special recognition for our coaches, Emmanuel Rainey Jr. In guiding your team to victory, we're honoring your leadership because your dedication inspires greatness. And also honoring the leadership of Coach Shane Gordon Sr. in guiding the team to victory. Your dedication inspires greatness.
Excellent job. All right, on 3. 1, 2, and 3. Again. 1, 2, and 3. Last time. 1, 2, and 3.
If there's any parents that would like to come down and take a picture, come on down. Okay, all right then. Thank you. All right, so now we got 8U. Yes, I think Coach saw or heard. But while they're coming in, I can use their proclamation as a fan. Come on up, ladies. Come on. Okay. You know what? You can actually go right there, right next to the door. You want to just line up right along here? Whereas the College Park Recreation and Cultural Arts Recreation Girls Basketball Program season ran from December 2023 to March 2024, servicing over 100 youth during the season. And whereas on March 1st through 2nd, 2024, the City of College Park Recreation and Cultural Arts Girls and Boys Basketball Recreation Program participated in GRPA's state youth basketball tournaments across the state of Georgia. And whereas the College Park 8 and under GRPA All-Star team won the GRPA state tournament on Saturday, March 2nd, 2024 in Dalton, Georgia. And whereas the 8 and under All-Star team finished the tournament with an undefeated record of 3-0. Including a 38-17 victory in the championship game. You more than doubled them? Whereas the team competed with 10 players: Harper Allen, Emily Benton, Camille Bradley, Kyler Burnham, Amaya Darby, Jaden and Jordan Keith, Kelly McLester, Marley Smith, and Sydney Zachary. And whereas the team was coached by Sakithia Zachary and Rashida Darby. These two coaches have coached in the College Park Youth Girls Basketball Program for the last 2 years. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Mayor and City Council of the City of College Park that the College Park 8 and under Youth Girls GRPA All-Star team is recognized for their hard work, dedication, and their accomplishments during the competitive 2024 season at the state level of competition, this 6th day of May, 2024. Were they even playing in the second half? I mean, that was amazing. Very well done. Well done, ladies. Oh, and we've got separate coaches too. And for Coach Zachary and Coach Darby, honoring their leadership and guiding the team to victory, their dedication inspires greatness. Hold on to the proclamation. Look, it's not going to bite you.
All right. And start with them, just shift this way. Just go this way. Touches. Yeah. Okay. Hold 3. 1, 2, 3. A little happier. 1, 2. Perfect.
All right, parents,
Get all the future safe, Doc.
everything okay? All right, we're good. Thank you. Congratulations. 8U boys. Sorry? Okay. And I'm going to figure it out this time that we also have stuff for the coaches. I'm going to figure it out this time that we got stuff for the coaches too. Here they come. Here come the 8U boys. Hey, I'm good. I'm good. Good to see you. Whereas the College Park Recreation and Cultural Arts Recreation Basketball Program season ran from December 2023 to March of 2024, servicing over 300 youth during the season. And whereas on March 1st through 2nd, 2024, the City of College Park Recreation and Cultural Arts Girls and Boys Basketball Recreation Program participated in the GRPA State Youth Basketball Tournaments across the state of Georgia. And whereas the City of College Park Recreation and Cultural Arts Department had a total of 6 teams of both girls and boys to compete in the Georgia Recreation and Parks Association State Youth Basketball Tournaments. And whereas the College Park Recreation Youth Basketball Program won state youth championships in the 8 and under boys. That's right. Show them. Show them. Show them that hardware. Players Tristan Adams, Landon Jackson, Maceo Lyons, Carlos McGahee, Ellis Neighbors, Jackson Oliver, Camden Orr, Carter Smalls, Jorian Stallings, and Nova Whiteside. The team was coached by Yulton Nooney McGahee, Tim Spencer, and Reggie Smalls. Did I get it wrong? I got it wrong. I'm sorry. I apologize. Usually if I get it wrong, people give me a little bit of grace. Y'all just laughing at me. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Mayor and City Council of the City of College Park that the College Park 8U Boys Youth Basketball Team is recognized for their hard work, their dedication, and accomplishments as Georgia Recreation and Parks Association state champions in the state of Georgia. Proclaimed this 6th day of May, 2024. We've got recognition for both coaches for guiding the team to victory. Their dedication inspires greatness.
Yes. Except you. There you go. All right. Here we go. On three. 1, 2, 3. Again. 1, 2, 3. Now hands down for everybody. Stroke it up. Yeah. There you go. 1, 2, 3. Once more. 1, 2, and 3. Thank you.
All right, wait, hold on. Parents, I want pictures too. Parents want pictures? Come on down.
Smile. 1, 2, 3. College Park! All right.
Wait, hold on, wait, we got one more. Yeah, she's trying to take a picture. Okay, all right. Congratulations.
Thank
Now we got the 35 and up men's team. Are you the only one representing for 35 and up, Coach? Congratulations. Congratulations. Here they come. Let's give them a hand. Alrighty, whereas the College Park Recreation and Cultural Arts Department organized a 35 and up men's basketball league from December 2023 to February 2024 at the College Park Auditorium. And whereas on March 15th through 16th, 2024, the City of College Park Recreation and Cultural Arts Department hosted the GRPA State 35 and up basketball tournament at the Tracy Wyatt Recreation Center. And whereas 6 teams participated in the tournament, and whereas the College Park 35 and up basketball team, Blueprint, won the tournament on March 16th, 2024. This is the team's 2nd consecutive year winning the tournament. And whereas the 35 and up team finished the tournament with an undefeated record of 3-0, including a 78-65 victory in the championship game. We clap for the 8Us when they go undefeated. So, whereas the team competed with 10 players, Derek Allen, DeAndre Bray, Brandon Ewing, Lamar Farr, Dominique Johnson, Brian Kelly, Ronald Kilpatrick, Alexis Bo McMillan, Ezekiel Trey Moore, and Antonio Rogers. And whereas the team was coached by Ronald Kilpatrick. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Mayor and City Council of the City of College Park that the College Park 35 and up men's basketball team is recognized for their hard work, dedication, and their accomplishments during the competitive 2023-2024 season at the state level of competition. Proclaimed this 6th day of May, 2024. And do we have something for the coach? Yes, we have a plaque for the coach. I figured it out this time. And for Coach Kilpatrick, we've got a special recognition in guiding the team to victory. Your dedication inspires greatness.
Okay, so we'll slide the front door. Good, thank you. Hands on the right side of us. Okay, group. Hold 3, 1, 2, 3. Again. 1, 2. Smiles. I'm so bad at you. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations. I think we have covered all of the teams, all of our winners. You know, it takes so long because we know how to do it here. All right. So, we are also recognizing Municipal Clerks Week. Whereas the Office of the Municipal Clerk, a time-honored and vital part of local government, exists throughout the world. And whereas the Office of the Municipal Clerk is the oldest among public servants, and whereas the Office of the Municipal Clerk provides the professional link between the citizens, the local governing bodies, and agencies of government at other levels, and whereas municipal clerks have pledged to be ever mindful of rendering equal service to all, and whereas the municipal clerk serves as the information center on functions of local government and community, and whereas municipal clerks continually strive to improve the administration of the affairs of the office of the municipal clerk through participation in education programs, seminars, workshops, and the annual meetings of their state, local, county, and international professional organizations, and whereas it is most appropriate that we recognize the accomplishments of the office of the municipal clerk. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Mayor and City Council of the City of College Park do hereby recognize the week of April 30th to May 6th, 2024 as Municipal Clerks Week. Be it further proclaimed that the City of College Park extends appreciation to our municipal city clerk, Deputy Clerk Queenie Brown, and to all municipal clerks for the vital services they perform and their dedication to the communities they represent. Proclaimed this 6th day of May, 2024.
All right, hold 3, 1, 2, 3. Again. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
This next one is recognizing Georgia Cities Week. Whereas city government is the closest to most contributions to most citizens and the one with the most direct daily impact upon its residents. And whereas city government is administered for and by its citizens and is dependent upon public commitment to the understanding of its many responsibilities. And whereas city government officials and employees share the responsibility to pass along their understanding of public services and their benefits. And whereas Georgia Cities Week is a very important time to recognize the important role played by city government in our lives. And whereas this week offers an important opportunity to spread the word to all the citizens of Georgia that they can shape and influence this branch of government which is closest to the people. And whereas the Georgia Municipal Association and its 536 member cities have joined together to teach students and other citizens about municipal government through a variety of different projects and information. And whereas Georgia Cities Week offers an important opportunity to convey to all of the citizens of Georgia that they can help shape and influence government through their civic involvement. Whereas during Georgia Cities Week in April, we encourage all citizens to support the celebration and corresponding activities. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Mayor and City Council of the City of College Park that we do hereby recognize Georgia Cities Week, and be it further proclaimed that the City of College Park encourages all all citizens, city government officials, and employees to do everything possible to ensure the week is recognized and celebrated. Proclaim this 6th day of May, 2024. And I will say that I think we did that. Georgia Cities Week was excellent this year. We had great events, and thank you to Ms. Brown and the entire team for making sure that that came together.
All right, group on three. 1, 2, 3. Again, 1, 2, 3.
All right, and our last one, recognizing National Cities, Towns, and Villages Month. Whereas the National League of Cities was founded in 1924 in Lawrence, Kansas, as the American Municipal Association by state municipal leagues seeking more coordination and national representation as cities, towns, and villages expanded rapidly. And whereas the nonpartisan National League of Cities is the oldest and largest organization representing municipal governments throughout the United States, representing the interests of more than 19,000 cities, towns, and villages across the country, and whereas the National League of Cities works in partnership with 49 state municipal leagues across the country to strengthen local leadership, drive innovation, and influence the federal policies that impact local programs and operations, and whereas as the voice of cities, towns, and villages in Washington, D.C., the National League of Cities has successfully championed federal legislative solutions that municipalities have worked and that's not quite right, let me get there, has successfully championed federal legislative solutions and has worked closely with Congress and the municipalities and the executive branch to educate policymakers on the realities of local implementation. And whereas the City of College Park is a proud member of the National League of Cities and has benefited from the organization's research, technical expertise, federal advocacy, and opportunities to learn from other governments, and whereas local governments are the bedrock of American democracy, providing 336 million residents with the most accountable, responsive, inclusive, ethical, and transparent government in the world. And whereas from the nation's smallest villages to its largest cities, America's local governments have been essential in transforming the United States of America into the greatest, most influential nation in world history. And whereas the City of College Park was first incorporated in 1891 and is proudly served today by 5 elected officials and a municipal workforce of 442 dedicated public servants. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Mayor and City Council of the City of College Park that we do hereby recognize National Cities, Towns, and Villages Month, proclaimed this 6th day of May, 2024. And I did say that there were 49 state leagues. If anyone can tell me which state does not have one, we'll make sure that you get a College Park swag bag. Wait, I think I heard it. Hawaii. That is right. That is right. You are the winner, Ms. Bradley, Ms. Fuller Bradley. Because they only have one city. That's why. All right, Ms. Bradley. Oh, okay, we're doing, okay. All right,
All right. All right, on 3. 1, 2, 3. Again, 1, 2, 3.
All right.
The person closest to the refrigerator is supposed to offer that.
You want some water?
Yes. There's another one?
All right, we're on to remarks of citizens.
Thank you.
Okay, first I have signed up is Mose James V of Rugby Avenue.
Freddie, remember that y'all had this one.
I'm good right now. Mr. James? Yeah, I was going to say that's the microphone you need. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
21 days ago, I asked this council, why would you want to take away this wall from kids like me? This question was asked on the news. This question was asked on the radio. And my dad will not stop asking questions on Facebook. But all those questions and still no answers. I will yield the rest of my time to my mom over here. Thank you.
Next up is Shakita James, Rugby Avenue.
Good evening, Councilwoman McKenzie, Councilman Carn, Mayor Molly Broom, Councilwoman Arnold, and I would have graded Councilman Gay. He's not here. Tonight I stand before you to advocate for a no vote on the consideration and action of relocation of the rock wall at the Tracy Wyatt Recreation Complex. The decision to dismantle or move the wall was initially communicated via email with no opportunity for discussion, and this left the community in the dark about the rationale or the reason behind this decision. Despite the lack of a clear explanation, we have quotes. Quotes over 38,000 have been provided from El Dorado Climbing, the company who originally installed the wall, and global environmental specialists for the costly removal of the wall, with no guarantee of its stability after removal to be safe, its viability in a new location, and any plan or cost for the city to rebuild it. And again, that's with no why. The Tracy Wyatt Recreation Complex was carefully chosen for its suitability, accessibility, and space, making it the ideal location for such a non-traditional sport as rock climbing. Furthermore, the initial investment in the rock wall, totaling almost $100,000, was sponsored by donations coordinated by Kai Leitner that included agreements for ongoing maintenance and programming. Moving or removing the wall now will not only disregard this investment, but also jeopardize the programming for our children, my children. And it would be without knowing, guess what? The why. Additionally, I have concerns about the potential loss of warranty and partnership agreements with the wall's relocation. When this wall was voted on in 2020, the council discussed with the rock wall experts that were present about the best rec center location. Tracy Wyatt was the best. The council discussed lobby versus gym. Lobby was the best. This was a well-vetted research project where we trusted the expertise of professionals involved in the project. This included our recreation director, Michelle, and climbing wall specialists like Summit, El Dorado Climbing, Kai Leitner, etc. And it was evident from that meeting and that vote, which was unanimous, that the lobby at Tracy Wyatt is the best suited location for the wall. Anticipating this consideration for tonight, I took a visit myself to Brady and Conley, and I'm sure you've all been there. That was my son's, so now it's mine. Okay. And I know that there is no way a rock wall could go in their lobby. I am deeply troubled by the possibility that the reason for this relocation could be tied to returning the wall to its pre-rock wall state. I mention that because it struck me odd that this terminology, when I read the packet, was used in the quote for global environmental consultants, along with the mention that this pre-wall state does not include adding back the sponsors to the wall. And I have taken the initiative to compare the before picture and after picture. So this is before we did anything to the wall, and as you can see, it's a sponsorship wall. And this is a beautiful after. This is the current state of this beautiful wall. So, before picture and after, and it was indeed a sponsorship wall with the proposed changes. Without a clear explanation, I am left to deduce my own conclusions, and if sponsorship is indeed a factor, I find that extremely appalling. Lastly, the proposed relocation raises question about the city's fiscal responsibility. Spending funds on relocating or removing a wall without a justification is simply not prudent. Moreover, to the core in my heart, I'm troubled by the prospect of taking away community resources without a valid reason. My son loves his wall, as do my neighbors. It's a cherished part of the community, and the removal will be deeply felt. I felt Councilwoman Arnold when she spoke in a council meeting earlier this year about Godby Road being on fire. On fire because of lack of community resources. Rock climbing wall is just that. I learned via open records that Councilman Gay believes the next African American gold medal rock climbing Olympian could be from Godby Road. And I too share that sentiment. It could be my son or my daughter. Without a clear understanding of the rationale behind the relocation, proper vetting of this relocation, and without proper research into the proposed alternatives, it would be irresponsible to proceed today with the rock wall consideration. Let's prioritize the interests of our community, make decisions that are both fiscally responsible and in line with the best interests of one College Park and its constituents. As one College Park, we all have a stake in this vote. It's a simple vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Brown?
Next up, I have Mose James IV.
I'm sorry?
Mose James IV.
Oh, okay.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
Evening.
I am the lucky husband to that beautiful woman you all just heard from right there. And Councilman Gay is gone, but she takes very good care of me. I wanted him to know that. Tonight, we're here to discuss something that really matters to my family and neighbors, keeping our city's business above board and fair. Transparency has become a buzzword around here, but it's much more. Transparency ensures everyone gets a fair shot. Whether you're running a city or sitting at a table budgeting with your family like Shakita and I do all the time. When we need to discuss big purchases, we come together, we weigh in the options, and we consider our budget. We make sure that we're getting the best deal for our hard-earned money. It's what my family does, and it's what many families do every single day in College Park. But today, College Park is about to consider whether or not they need to get estimates when dealing with purchases between $500 and $10,000. $500, $10,000. There's a big difference between these two, and there's a lot of opportunities for business owners like myself, which might get left in the dark if you proceed with what's going on today. In the past 6 months, the City of College Park paid 6,997 invoices. Guess what? 42% of those invoices fell between $500 and $10,000. But today, there's a proposal on the table to eliminate the requirement for 3 quotes on these transactions. Why could a process that provides so much oversight and opportunity, why would you get rid of that? Why fix something that isn't broken? Less competition would make it harder. Less competition could lead to higher prices and fewer chances for local businesses. So, who does this benefit? Let's go back to that rock wall for a second. The first company that this council went to and got a bid from said it would cost $42,000 to take it down. That company knows what they're doing because they go and they build rock walls every single day. I forgot about my visual aid right here. $40,000 to take down the rock wall. But then the council went and they found another bid. It was just under $10,000. This company, they do not build rock walls every day. And so I thought to myself, how in the world are they able to do it so cheap? Well, I did an open records request and I got all the invoices over the last 6 months, and I learned that this company is going to do it for $10,000. They made $250,000 from the City of College Park in the last 6 months. Maybe that's how they can do it so cheap. If we get rid of processes like this, where we're not going after different bids and comparing apples to oranges, then how can we trust anything that's going on? Thank you so much.
You finished?
Thank you.
Are you?
Next, I have Sherry Godfrey, 1966 Lyle, discussion undisclosed.
I'm sorry, Ms. Brown, I cannot hear what you're saying.
Oh, Sherry Godfrey is up next.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
I'm here this evening to express my opposition to Councilman Carn's request for travel expenses in excess of $4,000 for international travel without the required documentation or justification for the established travel policy with the city. It's crucial for elected officials to maintain transparency and accountability in the allocation of public funds, especially when it comes to council members' elective travel expenses. The existing international travel policy mandates the submission of 3 forms: the travel request form, the expense reimbursement form, and the training benefits form be submitted to the Finance Department for review, and then it's approved by Mayor and Council. Karn's request with no documentation lacks transparency and raises concerns about the prudent use of residents' money. As good stewards of public funds, it is essential to explore lower-cost alternatives and prioritize local training opportunities whenever it's feasible. This approach demonstrates fiscal responsibility and showcases a commitment to maximizing the value of taxpayers' dollars. Karn's 4,000 international travel expense request with nothing else but "because I said so" is arrogant and blatant disregard for city policy, transparency, and respect for community residents' hard-earned money. I urge council to reconsider this request and at the very least uphold the policies for accountability and fiscal management that are essential in serving the interests of the community. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Brown?
Next, I have James Walker, 2071 Roby Avenue, to discuss budget.
Mayor and Council, good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Council, I strongly urge you to reconsider what I and others deem as a budget that lacks merit, foresight, and an overall plan to move our city forward. On top of asking our department heads to cut their overall budget by 6%, our council members are asking for an increase in their engagement and community programs to amounts that call into question the true motives for those. Let's take a closer look. This budget does not provide for a cost of living increase to our city employees. With an average cost of inflation of 3.3%, any increase below that serves as an actual pay cut. With the nationwide cost of living increase at 5-6%, how could you in good conscience omit such a vital and important need for our first responders and our city employees? You profess to care about our employees so much, but yet your actions in this budget are far from that. Additionally, this is a budget where the police patrol allotment has been decreased by 5.15%, police investigations cut by 11.13%, police administrations by 1%, for a total approximate cut from the police force of 16%. Furthermore, our emergency medical services have been decreased by 38.4%, fire department 8.15%, and our economic development 39.35%. Our debt repayment schedule is scheduled to resume after a 3-year hiatus that has necessitated an increase of $5.1 million, which is scheduled to resume. And this is just for the principal amount. This does not take into account the interest that is compounded by our current interest rate. But yet, this budget eliminates a grant writing position that we had that was under the airport affairs. It would seem to me that our monies should be earmarked for someone who can go out and bring free money into our city to offset some of our most basic needs, like the $50,000 War for Festival. A budget that gives council $10,000 in discretionary expense without the need to procure bids, to me, this seems to fly directly in the face of a transparent government at a time when transparency with this council is operating at deficient levels. The need to know what you are doing with our money and who you spend it with could not be more important at the present moment. Now let's see what you do consider a priority. $50,000 budgeted for Joe Karn's Kid Fest, when last year was $20,000, $30,000 difference. $50,000 budgeted for Gay's Ward 4 Festival, when last year was $15,000. However, to his credit, he secured $28,000 in donations from various companies. I believe one of them is NextEra. $50,000 for Ignite services that cost the city nothing last year. $100,000 for community engagement initiatives, which we know nothing about.
Thank you, sir.
I motion that
Wait,
you can continue.
Mr. Jenkins has yielded his time.
Thank you. Another $100,000 for supplemental engagement initiatives, which again we know nothing about, for a total of $350,000. I ask you, give our employees the cost of living increase that they deserve, restore integrity to the seats that you currently occupy by being transparent with who you spend our dollars with and who you obtain bids with your discretionary budget. Approve a budget that works for all of College Park and a budget that is in the best interest of our city and its employees. Restore the grant writing position so that we can go out and obtain true grants and obtain monies that will help us pay for our most basic needs. Remember, as voters, we often talk about and post on social media the things that offend us. But as voters, we vote on things that affect us. And this budget affects us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next, I have Pastor Mark Applewhite of 4001 Lakemont Drive to discuss City View Apartments.
Good evening, Mayor, and to the City Council. I know we have 3 minutes, and I have a folder, but I'm just going to get straight to the point. I lived in College Park, City View Apartments for 3 years. We have had 13 property managers in 3 years. It is owned by, it's privately owned, and right now, their rule is if you pay on time, we'll fix your stuff on time. We have a older lady that is 72 years old that stays across from me. When you walk in her front door, go to her bathroom upstairs, you can see the entire ground at the bottom. My next door neighbor, house was broken into. The young ladies in the office told him that when he paid his rent on time, they would fix the back door. That was 8 months ago. Our last property manager was taking money from our residents, and I was one of them. And my rental assistance was trying to go to a chime card, and rental assistance contacted me, and therefore they are now charging all of us with back rent and says if you don't like it, they have gotten permission from the court to evict us. They hired a private security guard to come around at night, put notes on our door, and told us we have by Friday to be out. There are older people that live in my neighborhood, and they don't have nobody come down here and talk for them. And you all are looking at a man that went to prison at 19, came home at 41, did 23 years, 9 months, 6 days, and ma'am, I'm just not going to allow nobody to take away my freedom that I fought to get back for because of their greediness of money. I won't do it. So I'm asking that the mayor and this council please investigate into 4001 Lakemont Drive, City View Apartments, which is privately owned, and make it where a place that we work hard and we pay our rent, but we don't know where our money is going other than their pocket. God bless.
Thank you, sir.
Next, I have Tanya Wright of 3120 Gobby Road to discuss South Park Cottages, construction defect, permit inspections.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hello.
As a homeowner and concerned citizen, I stand before you today to shed light on the challenges and disappointments I've faced in my journey to provide a college graduation gift to my daughter and also support a Black business owner. In May of 2023, I made a cash purchase of a South Park Cottage tiny home from developer Booker T. Washington. However, upon arrival to pick up the keys, I found only dirt where the home should have stood. Despite granting extensions and goodwill, the excuses persisted, halting my move-in date and delaying my residency until November of 2023. Upon move-in, I experienced nothing but construction defects. Major issues range from electrical, non-labeled circuit boxes, missed wires, failure to install flashing, which caused major flooding in my unit, damaging floors, hazardous balconies, which is in the process of its third rebuild. Poor insulation, restricted access to the HVAC unit, placement of tankless hot water systems pose a safety hazard because they're placed outside, which has resulted in 3 malfunctioning systems. Fire sprinkler systems not functioning. and adding to injury a failed current home inspection. My experience has been riddled with difficulties. It's hard to talk about. A constant demand for my certificate of occupancy, which Mr. Washington recently mailed to me on April 11th, but I closed May 2023. It was later discovered Mr. Washington withheld information and did not disclose the community is built on a shared water line. You heard me right. This modern, so-called modern community shares one water bill, and we have 29 units out on that property. And he's charging each one of us $75 a month. The management of HOA, Mr. Washington himself, has been marked with irregularities and lack of transparency, with the residents subject to arbitrary fees and rules without representation. Despite my attempts to address these issues and the integrity of the development process, Mr. Washington has shown denial of negligence and shifted improvement and repair responsibilities to the homeowners. He's currently breaking ground in Union City to create a second tiny home community. And the city of College Park has gone as far as honoring him with a Booker T. Washington Day, May 25th.
Okay. All right. What's your name?
The lack of transparency and deception must be noted and investigated. Homeowners should not be synonymous with unethical developers, construction defects, and buyers' frustration. The insurmountable issues in the home, and not only my home, and the questionable permits, inspections, and quality control raise serious questions about the integrity and ethicality of the City of College Park Inspection Department. April 15th, I requested a copy of open records. I received a call from Inspection Manager Sabrina Walters, verifying the address and the reason for my request, because no information was on file for my unit, Unit 1140. I proceeded to tell her it was the tiny homes, and she responded, okay, I'll take care of it. My response to her was, how you gonna take care of it? 6 hours later, I received what looked to be a fabricated past inspection report. The many issues in the home resulted to an April 16th personal failed inspection, an inspection that I had someone come out after seeing that her inspection passed. I implore the City Council to investigate the misconduct surrounding this development. And my story is just one of many in our South Park Cottage community. We have a petition and many have signed it, and we need something done about this because it's ridiculous. Because at this point, he's running it like a dictatorship. He has a HOA set up, and I don't know how in the world that even passed, where he's charging us $275 a month, and there's nothing out there. We have a broke gate, we have broken trees, we have a broke fence, and if we got $29,000 in an HOA account, why are these things not fixed? We are demanding a meeting. We have not received a meeting from him. There's no board elected. Let him tell it he elected the board. We're a community. We should be choosing the board. So he's still running things over there. Finding people, he on the witch hunt for me because I'm speaking up. So I parked my car. I have 2 vehicles, one Porsche, one truck. I get permission from one of the owners to park my car in her car lot, her spot, because she doesn't have a car. She give me permission. He fines me for parking in her spot. And then he goes as far as calling her and telling her, I'm fining you as well because you're letting her park there. I put a sign up on the balcony, beware poorly built. I get hit with a $500 fine because he's upset about my sign getting a negative traction. So I go and I put it on my Porsche, and I get another hit for $500. This is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. I'm gonna save some of my time for some of my neighbors. I'm hoping you guys could do something.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next, I have Etina Brown, 3120 Gobby Road, College Park, to discuss the same thing. Etienne Brown. Thank you.
Thank you for your time and thank you for hearing me out. I'm calling my grievance Southport Cottages Community Flaw Development. I lived in Los Angeles for 35 years, worked at the same job for 35 years, Los Angeles County. One of my brothers told me about in 2023 about Southport Cottages tiny homes being developed. I looked at YouTube videos. The videos were awesome. The advertisement about the new development where tiny homes were beautiful. And I was interested in the development. I retired in March of 2023. I came down to Atlanta, never been here before, but I loved the tiny homes and what was being promoted and developed. I came down and paid cash for my development. I moved in January 2024. Since that time, I have not been satisfied with the operations and the internal workings of the unit. I've had problems with plumbing, hot water, heating the entire unit, getting the furnace and unstable upper deck repaired. The air conditioner feels like a fan. The development was advertised as central air. My bedroom is hot as an oven. I don't have my blinds in my unit right now, so I've had to go to Home Depot and buy a tarp to keep the sun from being in the unit. I've had to buy my own personal air conditioner for a development that says it's central air. The downstairs is only cool. The upper level is hot as an oven, so I've had to put an air conditioner just in order to get some sleep. What I want as a remedy, the remedy that I seek is to be made whole, and that the unit that I'm living in that was advertised as new and a new modern development be repaired and met the standards of what was advertised in all of those YouTube videos, news reports. None of it has happened. I had a dream of moving into a tiny home as a single man who was.
Thank you, sir.
You can continue if you want to finish your thoughts. So.
Hold on. So, sir, hold on.
I motion for continuing for him to finish his thought.
I had a dream as a single.
Wait, sir, hold on 1 second.
I'm sorry.
Second.
Okay, Councilmember Carn has made a motion for him to finish his comments, and Councilmember McKenzie has seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, move to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, please go ahead, sir.
I had a dream as a single man to become a minimalist. The tiny homes were perfect for that. I moved into the development in January 2024. Since that time, the hot water, as I mentioned, everything has gone wrong. And so now, when I came in January, the pipes burst because of the cold weather. Now the heat is coming on. Now I've had to buy an air conditioner. This dream has turned into a nightmare. And the sad part about it is, my brother who told me about the tiny homes in 2023 is dead, and now he can't get a chance to see the unit that I'm living in because he told me about it, and that dream is burst. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next up, I have Virginia Hall, 5149 Flemish Court, to discuss Gabi Road dumping.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening. Good evening.
First, I just want to say thank you to the mayor because I have lived in the College Park area for over 40 years, and working with the councilman or council people for Gabi Road. And the last councilman I had some challenges with, and I reached out to you, and you always responded, as well as yourself, Mr. Emanuel. So I want to say thank you for responding. And I want to welcome Councilwoman Tracy Arnold. I look forward to working with you. I am in the subdivision off of Godby Road down near 314 Highway, before you get to 314. But I had some concerns that I want to bring out, and I want to leave my card for Councilman Arnold. The house at 5125 Godby Road, that we had a squatter in there for a long time. You all got him out, but now, the yard is a mess, and the people are dumping around that vacant house. And I know there have been some conversations about what you're going to be doing with it. It's right at the corner of Norman Boulevard and Godby Road, right across from the dentist's office. So we would really, really like to get something done with that house because it is an eyesore. I also want to thank you for the veterans that walk Godby Road and pick up the trash. I think it's a weekly basis because I do that also on Roses of Picardy. And Mr. Jones is one of our vice presidents. He does that up near the dentist office. So we see them sometime, and I questioned them one time, and they told me that it was something that College Park was doing. So thank you so much for that, because it really helps with the appearance of that area. And the area is looking a whole lot better. We have some reputable companies or businesses now in the plaza across the street. So thank you for that, but we would really like to continue with getting that done with the veterans, as well as the sidewalk grass being cut on a regular basis. We noticed that it was cut on the top end, but nothing had been cut down on the lower end. So, and the dumping, we'd like to have something done about the dumping that's taking place on the lower end also. And lastly, I want to say thank you all for getting that goat off of Godby Road. There were two of them, and we saw code enforcement out there and animal control. So you all got them picked up. But thank you all so much for the service for that area.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next, I have Dr. Chisulo of 1840 Mercer Avenue to discuss loving all the people.
Yes, no.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening. Good evening.
I'm happy to see progress. And I want you to know, I want everyone to know that I love to love. I love to love. I love people. I know many of you heard me say that before. But I didn't always know how important it is and how it brings about everything that I want in my life. So I love to love, and I love to help other people love to love. I saw this quote today. The giving of love is an education in itself. The giving of love is an education in itself. Well, of course, it has been an education for me. I want to share it with everyone. I was very hurt, very hurt, very hurt. And I hurt a lot of people too, but I didn't know it. So I asked myself the question, what is love? I went to seminary and I read the Bible plenty of times. But I needed to know what is love because I saw how I was hurting people. And I saw how I felt how I was hurt. So I had to have a new education on love. So I went to the higher place and asked this question. What is love? I know that love is a demonstration of unconditional support for one's well-being, personal growth, and development as a human being. Love is the demonstration of unconditional support for one's well-being, personal growth, and a development as a human being. I'm unlimited in loving. But more important, I started loving myself in a different way. I love myself as a human being. And I love myself unconditionally for my own personal growth and for my well-being. And I have that for all of you and you too.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doc.
Mayor and Council, you have 12 seconds left on the clock for a public comment section.
Who's next? I mean, they've got 12 seconds.
Linda J. McDuffie to discuss gathering to meet Sheriff of Fulton County candidates.
All right, how are you?
Council. My name is Linda McDuffie, and I have a big concern. I'm not going to take too long because I saw everybody had their concerns. And I don't want to be drawn out, but my son was shot in College Park back in October. I've worked with the sheriff's department inside the jail and everything like that, and I just noticed that with him being shot, it was never resolved here in College Park. That the crime is really high, and it's getting higher and higher. But also, it's not just the crime that's here that's getting higher. Crime inside the jail. I don't know if you all noticed on the news, we've had at least like 9 inmates to die in the Fulton County Jail. One of them was by, I think, bed bugs. We've never had that problem before. Again, I've worked there, and we've never had that kind of problem. This year alone, there's been 3 deaths. So not only do we have crime on the street, we have crime inside the jail as well. And so I'm hoping that everyone could come out this Saturday to hear one of the candidates be able to speak and show how he's going to change that and turn it around. Because lo and behold, it could be one of ours. Like I said, my son was shot right here in College Park, but it could be one of ours that's inside that jail that comes up just a simple ticket, but you come up dead. And I'm hoping that everyone shows up at a Curious Cafe. 5134 Old National Highway, a Curious Cafe, Suite D, as in David, this Saturday at 2 o'clock.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you all.
Okay, we have exhausted public comment.
Yes,
Correct?
ma'am.
All right. No, ma'am. All right. Item 7A. Item 7A.
Sorry about that. 7A, consideration of and action on a request to reconsider the April 15 vote concerning the live streaming of the 2024 budget meetings.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Councilmember McKenzie, what is your motion? Just to be specific.
It's to reconsider the April 15th live stream of the 2024 budget.
Okay, so it is a motion to reconsider that. All right, is there a second?
What it said?
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor. Councilwoman McKenzie was, by my recollection, was not on the prevailing side.
You are correct, sir.
That vote.
Oh, so I can't motion.
No,
That is correct.
That's parliamentary procedure.
Is there a motion? Hearing none, I guess we'll not be streaming.
Can I motion?
No, ma'am, you abstained as well.
All right.
All right.
Item 7B, consideration of an action on a request from the Financial Literacy Institute, Inc. to discuss the in-kind contributions for the Black Wall Street Business Expo on May 31st, 2024, and June 1st, 2024, at multiple locations in the city. This is not a budgeted expense. Before, I sent you all an updated agenda transmittal. I was unaware that it was a corporate sponsorship included in the packet. I have included that packet in the email as well as in front of you of what the organizer is requesting.
Is there a motion?
That is the motion.
All right, so
Is there, hold on, before the discussion, is there a motion?
I make a motion.
And what is your motion, sir?
Well, I have some questions and some discussion, but I will make a motion to look at moving forward with this. Michelle, is Michelle?
Wait, hold on, wait. The motion is to look at moving forward with it? What is?
That was my motion, yes.
Is there a second?
Second with discussion, please.
Councilmember Arnold?
I don't understand. I see the image, but what is the request? Do we know?
Right.
The individual here.
I guess the organizer is not here.
No, they're here.
Oh,
They're here.
She sent somebody.
He's here.
Yeah, what is the request? Of course, we all understood about the in-kind donation. What is the request on the corporate sponsorship?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Victor. I'm the General Manager for Financial Literacy Institute. What paperwork do you have currently?
We just have...
There should be a sponsorship sheet.
They have that.
Oh, wait a minute.
Yes, we've already received the approval for the in-kind through Dr. Adadir, so.
I can barely hear you, if you can just.
We've already received the approval for the in-kind donations.
Okay.
So we're just asking for what approval would you guys give as far as the sponsorships are concerned? There are 3 levels for the sponsorship. Do you have those?
Yes, I'm looking at the sheet now.
So the event is, of course, on June the 1st, and we've been trying tirelessly to figure out what level of sponsorship the City Council will approve. We're less than 25 days away, so we definitely need some type of movement.
What is the precedence on something like this?
Well,
Madam Mayor.
Mr. Denmark?
If this is a straight request for a financial donation from the City of College Park, I would caution you against that in light of the gratuities clause of the Georgia Constitution.
I've got some comments.
Councilmember Card?
Now, I remember when this outfit came up here, I think it was last month, is that right?
Correct,
The young
yes,
lady?
sir. And we've been trying since January to get it on the document.
We talked about having the event here in College Park.
Yes, sir.
I do remember it was a kind of well-thought-out event and so on and so forth.
Very much so.
In terms of what we were going to do in terms of the city's contribution, the in-kind services, I think, were what we were looking at, which was equivalent, to those numbers, or probably more, to be honest. Obviously, we want a successful event for whoever wants to have an event, if it's something that promotes, community or whatever have you. But I thought we had put it there at that in-kind support. I guess more or less to be our contribution. That was my understanding. But
Yes, sir. Those in-kind donations valued at $5,880. Of course, with those, and of course, we're pretty much definitely thank you for those. But with the event, we would need entertainment, things for kids to do. This is, of course, just Public Works with the $5,880 that's included.
Well, we've certainly given you the support. We support all good things coming into the city, and I would suggest you get out there and knock on those doors and I'm sure you'd have some great sponsorships wanting to come in for that, so.
Yeah, we definitely have our sponsorships lined up, but like I mentioned, we had put both items to be reviewed for you guys, and you only came back with one. That's why we're back at the table 25 days within the event time with this topic, because it was not discussed. The first portion was
Well, for me, that's all. I'm, we want to see it successful, and we've put in
definitely
to make sure you got some logistical support there. So,
Any further discussion? Ms. Brown, the motion was?
Councilman Carn, correct me if I'm wrong, to look.
I'm sorry. So my motion was to discuss it. Yeah.
To discuss moving forward with the corporate sponsorship, correct?
And discuss the possibility.
Possibility.
The word possibility wasn't there. The word possibility wasn't said.
I don't see it.
So, Ms. Brown, the motion one more time.
To discuss moving forward with the corporate sponsorship.
All right. All those in favor? All those opposed?
Opposed.
Opposed.
All right. Opposition is unanimous.
Thank you.
Next, 7C, consideration of and action on a request to approve the international travel for Councilman Carn in amount of $4,100.31.
Is there a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Gay. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Carn. Any discussion?
I do have some discussion.
Councilmember Carn, go right ahead.
Okay. Well, essentially, about 4 months ago, there was a meeting downtown with the Consulate General for South Korea. This was with several local electeds, state electeds, and county officials. This group expressed so much interest in Metro Atlanta that it was decided that there would be a delegation from state, county, as well as city to travel over to Seoul. They had an interest in about 7 or 8 corporations that were interested in a North American headquarters. They were focusing on the Metro Atlanta area. So this delegation was put together from the county level on down. They selected College Park as one of the cities to attend due to our available land in the 6 West corridor, and in particularly along the industrial corridor, the Naturally Fresh Boulevard as well. The delegation, it was quite a trip. I presented in front of 23 different organizations, half of which were very interested in coming into the city, coming into Metro Atlanta as well. I wasn't aware that this needed approval. However, we've got some good benefit from it, and I think it's very likely that we may be having some serious interest coming up. As a matter of fact, in June, 2 of the corporations, as well as one of the mayors from the province, are traveling to Georgia. They're coming to College Park as well. They're going to be staying in College Park hotels, and they want a tour of our city, including the 6 West Corridor. They want to meet with Georgia Tech officials in terms of their technology, and these are high-tech companies that could potentially bring a headquarters or a manufacturing base here. South Korea is no stranger to the state of Georgia. You have the Kia plant in West Point, as well as several other corporations that are throughout Georgia. One particular one that was in Roswell attended the trip as well. Our state officials attended, and this was a worthwhile travel journey, but it also is going to hopefully lead to bear some good fruit for the city. Dr. Mario, I wanted everyone to see that presentation that I gave. If the audience, we only have one left, so if y'all want to pass it around to take a look, feel free to pass it around. I want residents to see the kind of level of what we were presenting to this country as well. In addition to the 5 mayors we met with, we also met with the governor of the largest province in South Korea. So it was quite eye-opening, and we learned a lot about the potential manufacturing base and the potential businesses and organizations that could find their North American headquarters potentially here in College Park. international travel, that's something that I rarely have to do at all. But the city of College Park was one of the few cities that were invited. And this was very important in terms of economic development, and I think well worth it. So that was pretty much a summary of it. I was not aware that it had to come before council, but in terms of the documentation, I made sure that the documentation is there, the receipts to travel, the whole nine, and I'll have the forms in the morning, whatever's needed, to make sure everything's covered there. But we want to be transparent, and it was very, very successful. City manager, we also, on June 16th, which is their expected arrival, they have a delegation of 8 members traveling the 7,000 plus miles here because they were so intrigued in terms of what's going on in the city of College Park. So I'm very excited about it. We want to welcome them because they're staying in College Park. The idea was to host a reception for them here, and the very next morning they want to tour the city and so on and so forth. So that's pretty much a summary of what went on, and I was very pleased. It was very successful, and I can tell y'all right now I represented very well on behalf of this city, and they were very impressed to the point where, again, they're coming already to see in person what we've got to offer as a city. So,
Any further deliberation? This is coming out of the council members' already established travel budget, correct, Dr. Adediran?
Yes.
I'm sorry?
You said the budget has been.
It's coming out of his $10,000, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
So clarification then, so if it's local travel, if it's travel within the United States, we don't need to get permission, but if it's international?
That is correct.
Okay. All right.
And I wasn't aware of that. Obviously, I would have definitely had it on the agenda, but.
So.
All right.
Councilmember Arnold?
And is the expectation that we ask before the travel, or?
That is the expectation.
Okay.
And I certainly would have asked had I been aware of it, so.
Any further discussion?
No, I guess just to say that I was wondering what what the policy was in this situation, but since apparently you're confused, but now you know for the next time that it needs to come before us first.
Well, will we all get the opportunity to travel internationally?
Yeah.
On behalf of the city?
Yeah, well, I think so. I mean, if it's a worthwhile trip, absolutely. We want to try to bring back what we can for this city. We are an international city, and if it's a worthwhile trip, I think it's definitely worth it. We've got to expand our business base. We've got to develop this city, and a lot of people are attracted to us from other countries due to our logistical position in here with the airport and all. So I think I know this one was certainly worthwhile. So. And we've done international travel before. Councilmember Clay, I think, traveled all the way over to Manchester, England at one point. We were looking at an entertainment facility that we were seriously considering pulling the trigger on here in College Park, and he thought it was really necessary that he go over, as well as him and another council member. I did not attend, but to see for themselves. And seeing that probably saved us a lot of trouble because it turned out it wasn't necessarily exactly what we were looking for, but it was pretty impressive, I was told. So, we have done some international travel. It's very far and few, and so.
Any further discussion?
So, Councilman Carn, like I said, I don't have a problem with this, providing it's coming from your discretionary account, and that I'm going to accept the fact that you're saying you did not know you were supposed to ask, because I didn't know. I do think that as a global city, that we should entertain international travel. I don't have a problem with international travel. I think that is, and one of our goals is to put College Park on the map in a huge way, which would mean, we have had delegations coming to our city from Africa and other countries. So if we're going to have them come to us, we also need to be willing to go to them as well. So I would just, give you a little tap on the hand and say, next time, just let us know. But this is your money, and, I'm just, that's all I have to say.
Any further discussion?
Yes.
Councilmember Arnold.
I do want to make sure that I have it noted that I don't like it. I saw the policy. We talked about it. We talked about it here in February when we were asking about the counties that were going to be included in the per diem. And so, and I work every day, Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, sometimes 6, 7. And I read through the policy. And so, I understand mistakes happen, but if we're supposed to do something and we are violating our own policy, then what is that saying?
All right, any further discussion?
Nope.
I do have one comment. Can you check the record, because they clearly went to Mexico, Councilman Clay, with Electropolis to look at.
Oh, yeah, they did.
And let me finish. I don't recall it coming before us, so I need to verify that that did come before us.
Did it go to Mexico?
I don't think it did. I'm not sure he paid for it. Yep. Ms. Flora Bradley is shaking her head. I think that was paid for by someone else.
Well, the comment had nothing to do with who paid for it, and I was also speaking directly to the clerk. If you could just verify the minutes, please. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Flora Bradley, do you have any light to shed on that particular trip?
I'm not 100%, but we did not pay for that trip. I can double check just to, as far as my memory can recollect, but we did not pay for that Mexico trip. So that's why it did not come before council. Only what's being paid by the city comes before council if it's a international travel.
And Finance Director, I appreciate your comments, but respectfully, I just wanted to check our minutes, and that is why we have a dictation. I was not asking for your verification. I was asking if she was please provide me the minutes. That is my only request. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
All right, so Councilmembers McKenzie, Carn, and Gay are in favor. Councilmember Arnold is opposed. The motion passes.
Item 7D, consideration of an action on a request to approve the agreement between the City of College Park and the Firm for Justice and Liberty Attorneys and Counselors at Law, LLC, for public defender services in the amount of $70,000. This is a request from Interim City Manager Dr. Emmanuel Adediran. This is a budgeted item and affects all wards.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Councilmember McKenzie. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Arnold. Any discussion?
I just think that this is something that we need. We definitely need to have our public defender, and it's warranted.
It's also required, is it not?
Yeah, it's required, but it's warranted. I mean, even in terms of the amount that we're paying, I think that's the key here. We would have one, but we definitely need to compensate the person in a manner where we can get the excellent services that our people need.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. That is unanimous.
Item 7E, consideration of an action on the request for approval payment for Rose Stewart in the amount of $26,595. This request is from Krista Gilbert, Employee Benefits Risk Administrator. This is not a budgeted item.
Is there a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Arnold. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you,
Discussion.
Councilmember Carn. Councilmember Carn, go right ahead.
City Manager, so I understand this is basically, I know she's been doing some work in that office, so I guess there's some to wrap up and finish up, I'm assuming. Is that pretty much the gist of it, Krista?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir. She is in the process of completing her project that she is doing, so that is why we are asking for you to cover the invoices that are placed on the that are placed in the packet, so that she can be paid through her contract at the end of May.
Okay, now after that,
For services rendered.
After that, we're done, right?
Yes.
City Manager, one of the things I thought about, I'd like to see, since we're taking a look at processes and procedures, one thing I would really like to see is us to put together some type of a proficiency test. A proficiency test. A lot of corporations have this and private organizations have it as well, but, we hire folks and we want to make sure we're hiring good folks, and, resumes can be pretty fantabulous, but at the end of the day, there are certain basic proficiency tests that you can give for certain positions where you make sure they have a base of knowledge at least, so that we know what we're getting is what was advertised. But I think that's a good piece that we can have as we onboard somebody to make sure we're getting, what we assume we're getting. So I'd like to see if we can establish that for at least the major positions. I think that may be a good idea, just to have that check and balance. So that's something that I think might be a good idea to look at before you get done. So, all right.
I have just a
Councilmember
follow-up.
Arnold?
Thank you. Question. Are we going to get, are we going to get a final report? I know you gave us an update. Will we be getting another report?
Of course, you will be getting 2 more reports from me. I'm in the process of getting one for the month of April, and then I'll have an overall report for the month of May.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right. Thank you. That is unanimous.
Item 7F, consideration of an action on a request to seek approval for mayor and council's continued support of the citywide annual Ward 2 Kids Fest to be held at the Georgia International Convention Center on Saturday, August 3rd, 2024, an amount of $50,000. This amount is requested by interim city manager Dr. Emmanuel Adedarian. This will support all wards.
Is there a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Carn. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Gay. Any discussion?
Yeah, just for the record, this is not the annual Ward 2 Kids Fest, so it's not a ward festival at all. This has been a citywide festival for years. It's our largest event and most successful event that we've had every year, and it was started by Councilmember Phillips, our former council member. So it's something that brings a lot of notoriety to this city, and the parents and families really enjoy it every year. So I'm glad we're able to do it and step things up a bit to really make it nice this year. So,
Any further discussion?
Yeah, I have a question.
Councilmember McKenzie?
So this, why aren't we adding this to the budget for next year? Is there a reason why that we're asking for this money? So this is money that we would take out of this current year's budget, is that correct? So that means it would not be in the budget for 24-25? Oh, I guess Althea is the one I'm supposed to be asking. Since I'm noticing the date, August 3rd, so are we looking to take, because we did have a citizen mention that this being $50,000 for the new budget, but is this for this current year?
No, it's budgeted in next year's recommended budget. The request is to move forward once July 1st. They can start using the funds to pay for any supplies or
Okay,
marketing
so
they
I
may
guess the
need.
question is, if it's in the new budget, then isn't that something that we're going to be discussing coming up? I mean, why are we voting on this now if it's in the new?
That was a request.
If it's in the new budget, why are these items on the agenda? I mean, somebody can explain. I just have a question.
One of the reasons generally is we need a few months run-up time for planning because it's a big project, and it takes a while to get it planned and get things ordered in time.
And
usually.
Councilman, it's just like the inauguration, 50,000,
Okay.
right? We put that money so that you guys could have a decent inauguration, and we couldn't wait to the budget. So we had some things we do because of timing of events.
So basically, we're asking for the approval to have these events? Is that what that is? And this is what the budget would be for those events, even though we're going to still be including them in the budget?
Correct.
Okay. All right. I just needed clarification, that's all.
And that's for both, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So are you saying that the title of it is wrong, Councilman Carn?
Well, it said annual Ward 2 Kids Fest. I don't know who put
It's supposed
Ward
to
2
be
in
just-
it, but the convention center happens to be in Ward 2, but this is obviously a citywide event, the largest one we have. This is all wards.
Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
That is unanimous.
Item 7G, consideration of and action on a request to approve and support the Ward 4 8th Annual Citywide Festival to be held at Charles E. Phillips Park on Saturday, October 12, 2024, from noon to 5 p.m. in amount of $50,000. This is being requested by Interim City Manager Dr. Emmanuel Adediran. This will support all wards.
Is there a motion?
Motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Carn and Councilmember Gay. Any discussion? Hearing none. Move to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
That is unanimous.
Item 7H, consideration of and action on to approve Resolution 2024-06 for acceptance of the conveyance of real
Conveyance.
property located at 2541 Roosevelt Highway from Fulton County. This request is from the City Attorney's Office. This is located within Ward 2.
Is there a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Carn. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember McKenzie. Any discussion?
I just wanted to
Councilmember
know,
Arnold?
where is this property?
Let me take
It's
that.
right at the corner of.
So this is property at the corner of Main Street, which was formerly Roosevelt Highway, and Herschel Road. This is a slither, a piece of land that the county has given the city to make it a improved green space.
Okay. That little,
Next to, yeah.
is it the little fork in the road piece?
No, it's to the left.
Oh, to the left of that,
And
okay.
I might as well just put this out here now. The intent is that it can only be used for green space. It can't be developed or anything built on it. So like a dog park or some green space.
Okay,
It was given to us at no cost.
okay.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to clarify. This is actually being given to us. We're not paying for this. This is
The county is-
Fulton
is
County
giving
is
us-
giving us this property.
Okay.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, thank you. That is unanimous.
Item 7I, consideration of an action on the ordinance 2024-09 imposing a 120-day moratorium on acceptance of applications for permit, occupational tax certificates, inspection, or applicable license for the development of any truck stops, truck terminals, trucking facilities, and warehousing and distribution centers. This will affect all wards. This item is requested by the City Attorney's Office.
Is there a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Carn. Is there a second?
Second with discussion.
Councilmember Arnold, go right ahead.
So I want to know a little bit more about this, and is this going to have any impact at all to the airport? It says all wards.
Yes, ma'am. It would be citywide, and so, yeah, well, the city of College Park doesn't exercise jurisdiction over the airport, so if you're talking about the airport proper, no, we don't have jurisdiction over the airport. We don't control zoning and land use at the airport itself, but everywhere else in the city, yes.
And what is what really is the purpose of this?
Well, yeah, I was going to defer. I mean, it says requested by the city attorney's office, and that's just a misnomer because I don't ever request legislation.
Okay.
That's what you folks do. So this is Councilman Carn's initiative largely, so I guess the councilman could explain it better than I.
Councilmember Carn?
I can give a little bit of insight. Listening to our residents, the truck traffic obviously is something that most of our residents have no interest in, warehousing as well. Now, we do have a lot of warehouses in the community. Obviously, we're in and around the airport, goes without saying. But tractor-trailer truck parking in particular is something that's pretty unsightly, and a lot of people don't want to see any of that happening in the city. Now, part of this pause, which is a moratorium, is to take a look at our policies towards this, but it's also to give us enough time to finish our impact fee study, which is something that I think we're starting in the process of working on. That way, these type of outfits, if they are coming into the city in the future, they're going to be impact fees on those projects to make sure, because they cause the wear and tear of our roads a little bit more acutely than other outfits that come in, more or less. Things like that in terms of traffic and issues. Those are some of the reasons why I thought it would be good to put this moratorium on things and take a look at things and get the impact fee study done. Because the study has to be done before we look at implementing impact fees, and most of the other cities have impact fees, and particularly cities with logistic hubs, which we do have some warehousing and logistics, so that's kind of the reason, to give us time to get it together. And of course, everything comes back to this body for y'all's consideration. So.
And may I come in as well?
Councilmember Gay, go right ahead.
You know, Councilman Corn, I appreciate this piece of legislation, because since I've been on council 2015, that's been my number one plight, is the expansion of tractor trailers, parking. For those of you who don't know, by us being so close to the busiest airport in the world, this entire, 15-mile city would be nothing but trucks. There would be no quality of life. Already, we got trucks parking on any vacant lot they can find. We even see off of Sullivan, I'm seeing somebody, I don't even know if it's approved, Doc, somebody got a tractor trailer overnight parking right by the hotel on West Fayetteville. So we have to balance our community with the tractor trailers. It's just something almost like the overlay. It's something we got to do.
And Councilman, I just add to, as a matter of fact, the old ARC plan, when you looked at College Park, it had logistics hub and freight and whatnot, and I'm like, we're a heck of a lot more than that. And that, and so you want to dispel some of that and make sure, we're a hospitality city. Yes, we are close to the airport. We have a lot of logistics and freight forwarding and that type of stuff naturally, but we want to make sure we're not inundated with it as well. So we got to, regulate it as best as we can up here. So, yeah.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. That is unanimous.
Item 7J, discussion on a request in action to relocate the rock wall at the Tracy Wyatt Recreation Center to either Conley or Brady Recreation Center. This request is from Dr. Emmanuel Adediran, Interim City Manager.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Councilmember Arnold. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Carn. Any discussion?
I have discussion.
Councilmember Arnold?
So actually, I have a statement I want to read. As some of you may remember, in late February, I participated in a walkthrough tour at the TWRC with the interim city manager and city staff. It was during that time that we learned of staff's pressing concerns of underutilization, safety, deferred maintenance of the rock wall, to the point where the wall has not been in use since last fall. After a follow-up conversation with the interim city manager, I reaffirmed my previous statements I had made to him during our tour, which is that we have a fiduciary duty to ensure that all visitors of city facilities should be safe from injury or harm, and if we have been negligent in our duties, we should take immediate action and it is not up for discussion or debate. Additionally, in an effort to learn more about the staff concerns, I requested more detailed information, including the operating hours and days for the rock climbing wall, the number of rock climbing events at the TWRC, including links to social media posts and newsletter entries, marketed, promoted by the city recreational staff in the past 12 months. I asked for the number of participants and the copies of the waivers completed by the participants by month in the past 12 months, including the date of use, the names of the participants, ages, and addresses of the participants. I asked for the total revenue generated by month in the past 12 months for the application/usage fees of the rock climbing wall at the TWRC. I asked for the number of TWRC staff holding a professional certification which allows them the credentials to train, manage, and oversee the usage of the rock climbing wall. I also asked for the annual cost of the insurance premium to cover the TWRC rock wall. I asked for the annual cost of maintenance and/or replacement ropes needed to use the rock climbing wall. Based on the responses that I received, the wall is open Monday through Thursday, 5 p.m. to 8 p.m., and on Saturdays, 10 a.m. to 1. There was one marketing promotional item provided for the past 12 months, which included for the rock climbing camp. In July 2023, there were 18 participants in that free camp that was slotted for 15 participants. Outside of this camp, there was no activity of usage and no participation fees or revenue generated. The participant waivers were not provided or they did not exist, and staff had limited training. Although we have insurance that costs the city $32 annually, this coverage will not protect us if we neglect to collect waivers or provide appropriately trained staff as we indicated in the insurance application. And so thank goodness no one has been injured or hurt utilizing the wall. Plus, there are several inconsistencies in the forwarded documentation, along with verbal statements and a number of participants. There was one that stated approximately 1,200 users. The other one states approximately 200 users. And the information released to the media and the public stated we had over 15,000 users, and none of these are correct. And I can confirm that the 15,000 number is inaccurate because I am listed on that list, and I have never used the wall. So, Mr. City Manager and colleagues, since the requested information from the recreational staff, the recreational director, doesn't seem to align with the information shared with the news media and public, I move to amend the motion to allow the city manager to perform a full investigation in these inconsistencies and authorize him with a budget of $60,000 to make the best administrative action on whether or not if the wall needs to be relocated or removed. Thank you.
Further discussion?
Okay, just point of clarification. So we had a motion which was to move the wall.
To relocate the wall?
To relocate
and
the
I'm
wall.
amending that motion.
And you're now, so do we need?
Now, authorizing the city manager to have $60,000 to make an administrative decision.
To allow him to complete a full investigation of the inconsistencies and to allow him $60,000 in a budget to make the best administrative decision for the rock wall.
Okay, so that's, I don't know.
Is there a second? Well,
What
are
do
you
we do?
withdrawing your earlier motion?
I think she was just amending her motion earlier from earlier.
that's a completely different motion.
Okay, well, then I withdraw my first motion, and I make a motion to allow the city manager to perform a full investigation of the inconsistencies and authorize him with a $60,000 budget to make the best administrative action on the relocation of the rock wall.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion?
I just had concerns with the first motion because just looking at in terms of relocating the wall, I did have concerns about whether or not that could be done correctly. So if we're looking in terms of just not making any action on the wall, but just doing a further investigation, is that, I just want to get clarification. That's what we're looking at. We're talking about just investigating all the things that Councilwoman Arnold just now mentioned, which I was not aware of. So is that what we're saying? What are we saying?
My motion again is to allow the city manager to perform a full investigation of the inconsistencies and authorize him with a $60,000 budget to make the best administrative action and decision on the relocation of the wall.
Okay, that's something different. Y'all, I am not well right now. I'm going to try to stay for the next few motions, but I am in extreme pain. I had an injury, so if I seem like I'm a little out of it, the city manager just gave me some pain meds, and it's causing me to not be able to think clearly right now. So I will do my best, but I am probably going to leave shortly within the next couple of motions. So I'm having a little difficulty understanding what's being said, okay?
Are you clear, Councilmember McKenzie, on the motion?
I'm clear, but I'm just not well, okay?
All right. Any further discussion? So this seems like an opportunity to bury this. Because if the city manager gets full discretion and $60,000 to do whatever he wants with it, then we'll never see it again as a body, and the public will never hear about it again. And the wall will just simply come down when there have been no safety issues with this wall. That's a fact. There have been no injuries on this wall. Ms. Johnson, good evening.
Good evening.
Do you have, I saw you taking notes to Councilmember Arnold's points. Did you have anything that you wanted to respond to?
So, again, on the safety, I'm not aware that there's been any safety issues. I've not been brought anything to my or to the staff that I'm aware of. So if there is, it has not been brought to us. As far as the information that you requested for the programming, it was a donation. The rock wall was a donation. We did have a cooperation agreement with Stone Summit to help and assist us with programming. The rock wall has not been up since January due to the auto belays. That is part of our cooperation agreement that they pay for, and it does take some time for those. There's 6 auto belays for them to be sent off at $2,500 they are a piece, and plus the $500 they do to fix them. So I totally understand not seeing something since January, because that is correct. And we tried to get a jump start so that they would be back up and running for the summer. For the inconsistencies, the reports were ran out of I-Class. I would have to go back and look at the reports. I'm not sure what the inconsistencies are that you're talking on, but I'm happy to look at them. We did have people in for our summer day camp. That those rosters were pulled. I did speak with Queenie on how I could provide the full waivers without printing them individually of the 15,000 and having to redact each individual's information because it has date of birth, phone numbers, emails, all that personal data. Wasn't quite sure how to give you the waivers. I'm trying to think if there was something else that was to a point from Councilwoman Arnold. But I'm open to any discussion, any review. I know when we looked at the rock wall, we did look throughout the city. We looked at Brady, we looked at Conley, We looked at other areas. They wanted to put it into a gym, and I was concerned with programming, having to give up one programming for another program. So the entranceway to Tracy Wyatt Center was a perfect facility in that it didn't take away from any current programming that we had going on. I'm trying to see if there was any other information, but I'm happy to discuss if there's any other questions, concerns. When we do a build, every time we have something grant-related or whatever, we do get a quote for the insurance policy, and that is something that is worked through in HR and risk management. I know that the policy was put in place and that it gets added to the policy from that point on. Training, Stone Summit works with us, trained all the staff that was at Wyatt at that time. The auto belays are not anything except that putting the kids into the harnesses to put them up there, and they come down on their own with the auto belays. Programming, we do need to work on programming, but again, it is something new to us. You know, we built it in the middle of COVID, started it right at 21. We've done consistent programming. Is it what we want to do every single day? No, we need to work on that, absolutely. But here again, we're here for the community and to do what we can for the rock wall.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Dr. Adediran, what's your professional opinion in regard to the wall?
I'm not a rock wall expert, but as far as the records that she has, I'll get an independent entity to look at it, and see where the consistencies are, and then go from there.
Do you think the wall should come down?
I mean, when we tour the facilities, that's what the staff in that building, that's what they express.
Do you think the wall should come down?
I'm not a rock wall expert, ma'am. All I can go by is what I was advised by the staff that work in the building.
And so what is your opinion based upon your point in this?
Ma'am, I'm not a rock wall expert. I
understand.
Not climb rock wall. I've never climbed it. I was in the building, and the staff, expressed the dangers that are there. And
What dangers?
She was right there.
What were the dangers?
Huh?
What were the dangers?
They didn't, it wasn't itemized, if that's what you're trying to say. No, it wasn't itemized. They just said it's not safe.
So rock wall experts, so I want to be clear. So folks who aren't rock wall experts said that it was unsafe.
I mean, these individuals, from what I've seen, even with Michelle's record, they've been, trained on that. They've had training. Your staff in there have training, right?
I don't know I don't know who the staff is.
You don't
if there's
know
staff, but I do want to touch on safety. I do. Absolutely, I can see anybody having concerns. Everything has risk. With the rock wall, there's not been any risk issues that I've been aware of. If there is a staff that had an issue, I would hope as a professional it would be brought up so that we could address it. Absolutely don't want anybody, the safety and concern of our kids in any program, we want to make sure that they're safe. I ran a gymnastics program for 24 years. If there's something that's unsafe, it needs to be brought forward. Absolutely. But I've not been aware of any type of issues. So with that being, certainly if there's an issue, I want to address it. We don't.
Councilmember Carn?
I would just suggest you assess things, take a look at it, and come back to us with what you see, and get with staff, and you guys make a decision on it. It's a piece of equipment. It's not something that should even be coming up here. We have pieces of equipment that we look at, evaluate. If we got to replace it or whatever we got to do, we just do it. But for some reason or another, we're here. So we're putting it in your hands and your departments. So y'all let us know what you think.
Councilmember Arnold?
No, I was just going to call for the vote.
Nope. It's here because the council decided that they were going to put it in the recreation center. So it seems appropriate that a council should make the determination whether or not it is removed. And the specious arguments regarding safety, when there have been no documented instances of any concerns, and that the auto belays, and for folks who may not know what an auto belay is, it allows a climber to clip in and climb without the assistance of someone who is working the rope on the ground. And so it's actually a very safe thing when it is properly maintained. And our auto belays for that wall, that $100,000 plus donation to our city, are getting service to make sure that they are safe. We have a responsibility. We have a responsibility to our residents. We have a responsibility to our kids. And I see that we are down a vote now, and I'm not sure how long it's going to be until Councilmember Gay returns. It was actually really quick. All right, so we're back. We're down Councilmember McKenzie now. Okay. So the motion on the floor is to give the city manager $60,000 worth of consideration to do an investigation and then decide what he thinks is best for a community asset. I think that's misguided. I think it along with the resolutions that we might be tackling tonight, which I don't know why the mayor and the city manager both have authority to just sign willy-nilly. We'll talk about that a little bit later. But this is not about whose name is on the building. It's about the kids that go in the building. It's about making sure that they have every single opportunity to thrive. And when we rode around in 2020 to figure out where that wall could go, we talked about the kids on Godby, because we knew that the kids on Godby have some of the least amount of access to the resources in this community. It is shameful that we be taking it away from them based upon innuendos, ego, and lies. But go ahead and do it. Go ahead and face the consequences of that. We could, like my colleague has said, have the first gold medal African American climber on Godby Road. We could do that. We absolutely could do that, but not if we tear down the wall. Because once it's torn down, then you really have safety problems. Putting it up somewhere else is not a viable option, and we all know that. We know this is smoke and mirrors. You just want to get it down. We got to remember who we represent and who we want this community to be. Do we want to lead? Do we want to follow? Do we want to keep on being talked about because it looks like we have no sense? Let's do it for the babies. Let's do it for the kids. Let's get them so excited about doing something that is beyond basketball or football. Let's give them every single opportunity we can. I don't know why this is even an issue. The wall needs to stay where it is. I hope that we have the courage to do that. But Councilmember McKenzie has stepped out. Is there any additional conversation? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
That is unanimous amongst those present.
Thank you.
Item K, consideration of and action on a request for the purchase of electrical material for construction and maintenance in the amount of $757,277.50. This item is requested by Power Director Hugh Richardson. This is a budgeted item.
Is there a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Carn. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Arnold. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, thank you.
Well, you didn't call for discussion.
I didn't.
Glenn.
You're right.
Hey, Glenn.
Mr. Spivey?
She didn't call for discussion.
I didn't really have anything on that in particular, but the presentation with John Duke, I said to myself, I saw you back there, and I said, probably be a good idea if two of you get together and just kind of talk about some of this stuff with the city manager at some point. I know you know all about it, and we got a lot of power experts out here, so
Okay.
I thought it'd be good. I know you're one of them, so all right.
All right, thank you, sir.
I had a discussion, sir. For the public, this is $757,000. $757,277.50, which is well spent. But here's my point. I've said that since I've been up here. We can spend all day and be in the newspaper and talk about certain dollar amounts, but $757,000, we don't even know what's in this budget for those who always belly aching about what we do up here. And I like to point that out, that this has always been the case. But what I really want to ask you is, I don't see any decorative lamps in this. I see the metal poles, but no decorative lamps. Is it because we got some in the warehouse?
You're asking about the metal poles?
The decorative.
Oh, the decorative, yes, we did. We have those in the warehouse.
Because I was going to be asking for some for certain areas, so we do have enough?
Yes.
We don't need to add them to this?
Not at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Item 7L, consideration of an action on a request to reallocate $60,000 from property acquisition from finding the Flint towards Price Barbershop. This item is being requested by Tasha Hall Garrison, Community Development Administrator. This affects Ward 2.
Motion. Second.
Motion by Councilmember Carn, second by Councilmember Gay. Any discussion?
Yes.
Councilmember Arnold?
I think we need some clarification, because I think this has come up before, and wanted to verify with Althea if these funds can be used for this. Are these restricted? Are these restricted funds?
No. So what actually occurred is, during the budget year, this fiscal year, $220,000 was allocated towards the purchase of the Flint headwaters. We have received a corporate donation through the work of the Conservation Fund and Shannon Lee, $60,000 from U-Haul. So basically, at closing, there will be $60,000 to go with the city's. I think it's about $158,000 to cover the total cost. That leaves us with an amount of $60,000 that in turn would just be refunded back to the city to go to the general fund. Being that council asked us to work with FOA and on the Price Barbershop and Cultural Fair activity 46 West, I'm asking for those funds instead be transferred from the Flint that we would be receiving as a refund to go towards this great project. So this has nothing to do with federal donations or dollars. This was a private donation from U-Haul.
I have a question. With the $60,000, will we get some kind of indication of how that's going to be spent? Like, is you just going to have access to requisitions? How is that going to be spent?
So I put that information within the packet. I actually included, it would cover it would cover some of the consulting costs that we've had to date to fulfill the request of council. Also, we are working on the historic markers, which was directed by council, but we have not provided or received any funding. And then it provides additional cultural arts activities. So any way this money is spent that's over would come back to you all, but it just provides us some funding to be able to support this project.
I understand. One last question. I heard earlier, I had to step out. Before any of this is spent, you will requested through
Correct.
finance.
It would go through the city. This is just so instead of it going and being refund, the funds from U-Haul will be available at closing. So instead of us having extra money sitting there, it allows me to kind of use it towards another community project. So it's a way to win-win in a way. We're not spending any money more than we anticipated.
Any further comment? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, that's unanimous amongst those present.
Item 7M, consideration of an action on the request to approve costs associated with community engagement of Price Barbershop and 6 West Cultural Arts Initiative. This item be requested by Tasha Hall Garrison, Community Development Administrator. This item affects Ward 2. This is not a budgeted item, but contingent on the fund transfer.
So this is one of the items, Councilman Gay, that would be supported through the $60,000 that was reallocated. I was able to utilize about $9,050 from our Brownsfield grant, but being that that grant is citywide, we did not want to take all of the money from the Brownfield to place it towards this project. So I separated what I could from the grant that would leave us with some additional funding to use on other projects. But because there was a lack of information available about the history of the historic African American community within the 6 West area, we have had a consultant that has gone really above and beyond and provided the information that was in your packets. They've done interviews. They actually have met with our stakeholders here and got a history that now we can move forward with to provide if they wanted a museum or if we wanted to just have this as information on our historic Black neighborhood, we would have that available for the future of 6 West. So this would be able to cover the costs to date associated. We do have one more community stakeholder meeting, which we would be in turn planning so that we can bring in the current residents and that they can be a part of this process. But I provided you all documentation that we've had to date.
Any further questions? Any further discussion?
Joshua, just real quick, how did we come across this outfit?
Content consulting?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. So we were very specific as far as to find someone that had the professional knowledge as well as the availability to be able to assist this effort. We sought this through the Brownsfield grant. So this was one of the companies that we vetted through the program. We were very specific in wanting to honor the historic community with also a person of color and woman of color. So we were very intentional in the selection of this consultant.
Good. I attended one of the meetings, and it was really, really educational and worthwhile. So, all right.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote.
Motion is seconded. There's no motion.
There wasn't?
Motion.
I thought it was Carn and Gay.
I thought I did make a motion.
That was the previous motion.
Thank you. This is for
All
the
right.
new item.
Yes.
Right.
All right, so is there a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Councilman Carn. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Arnold. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, it's amongst those, as unanimous amongst those present.
Item 7N, consideration of an action on a request for approval of property maintenance costs related to Price Barbershop. This item is requested by Tasha Hall Garrison, Community Development Administrator. This item affects Ward 2. This is not a budgeted item, but contingent on a fund transfer.
Yes, so lastly, I received I solicited vendors that were currently established with the city to receive quotes for the property maintenance and boarding of Price Barbershop and the adjacent property. Those quotes, first I solicited 3. I've only had 1 to return with a quote, and the quote that they provided was totaling $14,357.18. This once again would come for the $60,000 that I requested transfer. This would also take care of all of the pest control, property maintenance such as cuttings of shrubs. It would leave, there are some historic flowers that were placed, so we would leave those so that we can kind of dissect it. But we also will be able to board the windows and the doors of the building. There has been several issues in the past of squatters, and we just want to make sure that we protect this community asset.
Is there a motion? I'm sorry.
Motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Carn. Is there a second?
I think I already made it.
No.
I?
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Arnold. Councilmember Gay, go right ahead.
This can't be out of the 60,000?
Yes.
It can be?
Yes, sir. Everything I asked for tonight, I found a way to fund myself. through the grant and present it to you all as to not touch the general fund.
So all of 7L through 7N is all coming out of
This 60,000.
Well, L is the 60,000. M is 25,000. It's coming, so that leaves, I'm not a mathematician, so
She has it broken out.
25 plus 11 is 36. Thank you. So yes, all of this could be funded out of the 60,000 requested.
All right, thank you.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, unanimous amongst those present.
Thank you. And also, it has been a pleasure to serve the city of College Park, but officially I quit, and I am now officially a resident. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right.
Item 7O, consideration of and action on a request to approve payment for repair of sanitation unit 448 by Next Time Truck Centers in the amount of $27,027.01. This request is from Cedric Hand, Sanitation Superintendent. This is not a budgeted item. This request will serve all wards.
Is there a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Gay. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Arnold. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Councilmember Gay, you in favor?
I'm still trying to deal with the last speaker.
We're on the next agenda.
One question.
Yes, sir.
Wait, hold on. No, wait. We're in the middle of a vote. I'm so sorry. Councilmember Gay, what is your vote?
1 second. Consideration of action on a request to approve payment to repair sanitation unit. And this is not on our budget for a new truck? This is not one of them?
Yes, sir, it will be. We got it in the budget for a new truck.
And the fixed up?
Yes, sir. We won't
My
have
question
anything to get the trailer.
is this one, I thought this was a budgeted item that we was gonna get a new truck.
Yes, sir, we got it in the budget for a new truck.
So why do you need to repair the old one?
I wouldn't be able to get the trailers otherwise, sir. Until then, a runner would be 30 to 40 days out, and you got to do the 30-day lease.
Oh, before we can
$11,000.
get a new truck, you need to fix this one.
Yes, sir. Just to have daily operations.
All right, that answered my question.
Councilmember Gay, what is your vote?
Yes.
All right, that is unanimous. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Item 7P, consideration of an action on a request to approve the funding to replace all inaccurate and dead commercial water meters in the amount of $311,638.50. This item is being requested by Timothy Lewis, Water Superintendent. This will affect all boards. This item is budgeted by the most fund.
Is there a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Carn. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Arnold. Any discussion?
Discussion.
Councilmember Gay?
Tim, I had a question. I read over it briefly. Did I read it right that there's like only 20% of our meters that's not working?
I'm sorry, Councilman.
Did I read it right in the report that of all of the meters that you want to replace, only about, did you say like only 43 of them are broke? How many are damaged that you got to replace?
462 that are dead.
And they have to be read manually?
Yes.
Okay.
Not read manual. Customer service have to estimate that cost.
Oh. And how long before you can get the new ones in?
Once councilman and mayor approve this, I'm gonna be working on this tomorrow to try to get them in here.
All right. Good deal. Motion. We got a motion? Second it?
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
It's unanimous amongst those present.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis.
Item 7Q, consideration of an action on a request to replace the engine on Unit 335, closed circuit television CTV truck in the amount of $23,806.55. This request is from Timothy Lewis. This is budgeted, serves all boards.
Motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Carn. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Arnold. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. That is unanimous amongst those present.
Thank you again.
Item 7R, consideration of an action on the request to approve payment to the on-demand contractor Jewel of the South, Inc. for emergency sanitary sewer repairs at 2405 Rugby Lane in the amount of $22,605. This request is from Timothy Lewis, Water Superintendent. This will affect Ward 1. This is a budgeted item.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Councilmember Arnold. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Carn. Any discussion?
I have a question.
Councilmember
Tim,
Gay?
How do you go about selecting the on-call demand? I mean, is it every other day? I mean, 'cause
No, well, like for this item here, I call both of them out and let them know what we want, and then they send us a quote, and we go with the lowest one.
Okay.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, thank you. That is unanimous amongst those present.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 7S, consideration of an action on the request to purchase and install pedestrian balusters on Roosevelt Highway from Herschel Road to 2601 Roosevelt Highway at an estimated cost of $10,000. This request is from Raymond Cotton, Public Works Superintendent. This item is located in Ward 4.
Is there a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Gay. Is there a second?
Second discussion.
Councilmember Carn, go right ahead.
Obviously, this is something that's long overdue and needed. I remember when I asked Mike Mason to put those out there in terms of what we could do on the state highway. And I guess my question is, where's Tim? Is he, city manager? Those things get some pretty heavy wear and tear. So do we have some extra ones in this package? So for replacements?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. That answers my question. So I think we're probably going to need
And
it.
Councilmember Corn, the only thing I'd like to add is that.
Right.
Go ahead, Councilmember Gay.
The only thing I'd like to add is that currently we got something that's been out there since he put them out there. But, you know, we got new kind now on the market. If you go downtown Atlanta near the courthouse or the county government building, they're all over the place. So it'd be nice to get the new state of the art with much wider base.
So I guess I'm confused.
There's no supporting documentation.
Okay. You said what I was getting ready to say.
Like, where's this $10,000 number coming from? What, like, anything? You got anything?
I have to check with Raymond. I believe the last time I believe, don't quote me. I have to check with him. But I think he said he had it in his budget. If not, it will be the next fiscal year. I have to check with Raymond on it.
But why is it on the agenda if there's no supporting documentation?
This is an issue that's been going on, for some. Even GDOT was also involved. As I said, Raymond was supposed to be here tonight, but his wife has some issues. That's why Raymond is.
So none of those things actually answer my question. Why is it on the agenda without supporting documentation?
Can we?
I have to check on it. I mean, you can put a question mark on it, and I'll check. Because I thought he sent the supporting document, the quotes and stuff. It wasn't with it.
No, there's nothing in the packet.
I don't touch your items at all, other than titles.
Dr. Emanuel, let's just make sure we get the documentation.
Well, let's just get the documentation, Doc.
But obviously, this is a public life safety issue, so we want to get these things out as soon as possible. Now, keep in mind, we have to get GDOT's thumbs up on State Road to put anything out there or replace. So it goes without saying.
Can we table it until we get the detail, or at least the backup?
Well, I'll get with them and I'll get with Raymond, because GDOT was also involved with this.
I mean, the thing about it is, Councilwoman Arnold, to Dr. Manuel's point, this is not just something he just stuck on the agenda. This has been something that's been discussed broadly. And as a matter of fact, the truth of the matter is, I don't even think it costs $10,000. I think that is just to be safe, because we've gone from Jersey walls to, we've been back and forth for nearly a month, because I'm just tired of seeing ladies out there with their babies, pushing them up Roosevelt Highway, and cars going on. And GDOT, to your point, has even come and said this is what they approved. So this is as the former council member said, this is a no-brainer.
I don't disagree with you that it's a no-brainer to get the safety, as a safety issue. My concern is an estimated cost of $10,000, and we have no supporting documentation. So if this body approves a cost of $10,000 and it comes in at $11,250, you technically don't have the authorization to get this project done, and it's got to come back anyway.
Yeah.
So why not table it, get the information at the next meeting, and so everyone's on the same page with an understanding of exactly how much this will cost?
Councilmember, I have a suggestion, maybe for a friendly amendment. Obviously, we need the proper documentation, goes without saying, but I do see there is a sense of urgency in making sure we cover this and replace this. Now, it may be a little more. I would suggest we approve this contingent upon receiving the proper documentation in the next couple of days, as well as I would take it up to $15,000 and whatever you have left over, obviously, in case we get the modified ones, get a little better quality, which we want the best quality we can get, but 15 should cover it. But I would make a suggestion to modify that motion with the contingency of that the documentation is here and correct, and we have that probably tomorrow afternoon.
Okay.
And I would just suggest adding an additional $5,000 in there just in case, and we want to make sure we have quality and enough additional spares to cover.
Okay.
And I'll second that friendly amendment.
Wait, who made the motion?
I did.
Councilman Gay.
Councilmember Gay made the motion?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Councilmember Gay, would you take that amendment?
No, I'm gonna cancel my motion, and
Going to withdraw your motion?
and
Okay.
Councilman Cohen gonna make a motion that I'm gonna second.
Councilmember Carn, could you restate your motion?
Queenie, did you get my motion there? My amended motion?
Could you just restate it, please?
I had a question for Queenie, just. Do you have it, or do I need to repeat it for you?
1 second.
Okay.
Councilman Carn, motion approval of this item contingent on documentation provided by the requester and an increased budget of $15,000 for upgraded and modified pedestrian bullet, whatever that word is.
Need the word. No, I need the word.
Bolsters?
Balusters.
Bolsters? Bolsters, yeah, that word.
Is there,
That was my motion.
That was the motion.
Yes.
is there a second?
No, Councilman Carr just made it. There's no second yet.
Is there a second? Thank you, Councilmember Gay. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
That is unanimous amongst those present.
Okay, 7T, consideration of an action on a request to approve the invoice payment for Freeman, Mathis, and Gray for professional services rendered through March 31st, 2024, in amount of $14,707.13. This is a requested item from Interim City Manager Dr. Emmanuel Adediran. This is a budgeted item.
Is there a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Carn. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Arnold. Any discussion?
Dr. Adediran, who is this invoice for?
This is Badel Sam, lawyer that ended his service March 34th before.
Prior to council, prior to Biden getting an attorney?
Yes, sir.
All right,
Yes,
thank
sir.
you.
Why don't we do this for all legal bills? Why don't we do this for all legal bills?
Well, this gentleman, March 31st was his last day.
Understood, but you have authorization for $10,000, correct?
Ma'am, what I have to do with this man's turning his invoice?
Dr. Adediran, what I'm...
I did not approve this, ma'am. That's why it's before you.
I understand. And so I'm saying, why don't we do this for all legal bills? Because your authorization is for $10,000, correct? Which is why you couldn't sign this one, right?
I mean,
Because it's $14,000, right?
Yes, and that's why it's before the board to approve.
Well, generally.
Yes, and so, wait, hold on, I'm still talking. And so, if we have, since we have legal bills, like our city attorney's bill is in excess of $60,000, $70,000 a month, why does that not come before this body for approval?
I can try and help that out because this is a one-time
It's an
and
annual
final payment.
contract.
Ma'am,
I think it should.
I think it's because it's a contract.
It does.
Yeah,
Just
but
like all
the
other
contract-
contracts.
It does. It's an annual contract. It does.
Yes, but the contract actually does not have a cap on it. And so that's, I think, the exception or the difference between the other bills that we receive.
Once
Like-
we approve the contract and we're going to pay it, then those are the payments. So that's why it doesn't come before us. This is a one-time payment for a service that was rendered, and it's above his authority for payment. So he brought it to us to be paid.
Exactly.
Yes.
I think that I think we should have a discussion. I'd like you to place it on the workshop for the next meeting, that we have a discussion about putting all bills over $10,000 on
That
for council
becomes,
approval.
that becomes counterproductive.
Yeah, with
I just like it to have a discussion.
A contract, ongoing contract?
Yes.
mean,
Because if there's, so for instance, a collaborative firm has a $130,000 contract. So we know what that's going to look like, right? We split that up over a monthly period. Oh, I'm sorry, it has changed, I believe. It's gone up. But we know what that amount is. And so with the hourly bills that we receive from our attorneys, we have no idea what that bill is going to look like from month to month. And if you look at our charter, the city manager has authority to sign off on bills that are $10,000 or less. And it has been our practice that the city manager is signing off on bills for the city attorney, for instance, that are in excess of that.
Well, we can say that for everything else. We can say that for all other services that we're receiving through the city. We can say that for software services that we receive through the city. We can say that for benefit services that we receive through the city that the payments have to be made on. So I don't understand what the logic is with this conversation.
Well,
The logic is that there's a cap on, I mean, most of our contracts say we're going to do a yearly amount for a fixed rate.
Which is, I'm sure, what the contract says for the city manager.
No, the city attorney actually does not.
City attorney.
The city attorney actually says they bill at a certain rate per hour. There is no cap.
But didn't you all approve, that hourly rate?
Yes, approve the hourly rate. And
I have a question.
there is no cap.
I do have a question. Is the city attorney an employee of the city?
No.
Okay, Dr. Emmanuel?
Yes, sir.
City managers always handled that with the legal. We voted on it annually, we set the hourly amount, and we always have. Now, if there's a motion to make a change, is there a motion for that?
No.
Otherwise, we take a look at it. If it's not,
Well, I'd like to have it on the next workshop for discussion.
is there a motion to have it on that?
I make a motion that,
The governing body decision.
there's nothing
Wait, hold
wrong.
on. We're in the midst of a motion right now, so I don't want to go motion into a motion, but we can take that out of this, okay? Because we have a motion to approve Freeman Mathis and Gary's contract. And so we're in the midst of that one. So is there further discussion on this particular issue? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Gay?
I mean, Mayor, I don't have a problem with discussing it. That's what workshop is for. If you want to discuss it, discuss it. That's why we have workshops. So put it on the agenda. You need a motion to put it on the agenda?
I'm not sure where the motions came for everything else on the agenda. I would like you to put it on the agenda.
It's just a request to put it on the agenda. We just have a discussion.
Please put it on the agenda. Thank
We
you.
don't vote in workshop, we just discuss it.
Yeah.
It's fine?
Yeah.
All right?
All right.
Item 7U, consideration of an action on request to approve the invoice payment for Prime Engineering for professional services rendered through March 1st through 31st, 2024, in amount of $15,665. This is an item requested from Interim City Manager, Dr. Emmanuel Adediran. This is a budget item.
Motion.
Is there a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Carn. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Arnold. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, that is unanimous amongst us present.
Item 7V, consideration of an action on a request to approve invoice payments to Lawson, Beck, and Sandlin. Professional services rendered amount of $22,750. This is a requested item for interim city manager, Dr. Emmanuel Adediran. This is a budget item.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Councilmember Carn. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Arnold. Any discussion?
I think that Councilmember Arnold's motion, actually, motion for it.
I heard you. So is there any further discussion? All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. That is unanimous.
Item 7W, consideration of an action on request for invoices totaling $10,000 or less shall not require 3 estimates. This is a request from interim city manager, Dr. Adediran.
Is there a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Carn. Is there a second?
Second with discussion.
Thank you, Councilmember Arnold. Go right ahead.
So I don't even understand why this is on the agenda. We have a policy and procedures manual that speaks to this, which I read. And so why is this on the agenda?
Reason being that in the procurement policy, it states 10,000 if it's available, or if it's available, right?
The policy encourages 3 quotes when
Right, so.
when available.
Right, so why is it on the agenda is the question.
The reason this been on the agenda in some cases is very hard to find the second and third quote. That slows the process. Slows the process down.
Well, one of the things I've seen generally over the years, when you have smaller jobs, sometimes it is hard to find enough quotes to cover a small task. Now, this is commensurate with the spending limit that we gave the city manager that doesn't have to come before us, so.
But the policy already.
Hold on, please let him finish.
Okay.
I'm done.
You were right in the middle of a sentence. Are you sure?
I said I'm done. Thank you.
All right, go ahead, Councilmember Arnold.
The policy already gives the flexibility. It says if available.
Correct.
So at a minimum, you have to have 2. I don't understand why. I'm confused.
And it also, I'll just have to comment, just because this is in my area, it also creates a lack of competitive pricing. You just go with one vendor without seeking another estimate, not knowing if they're overpricing you. There's, also there's the possibility of scams, employees giving the contract or the services to a family member or a friend. So I'm not in favor of this request. We do look at other quotes, and we do request it when possible. So when the purchasing administrator is there, they can also assist the departments with finding those quotes.
So right now, the policy already says that we need to have 3 when it's possible.
Correct. But sometimes there are services that are difficult to find, and we basically, they're somewhat like sole sources or sole standardizations, and we consider those as well.
Okay.
So, but the policy does allow 1 quote if there's nothing else available.
Okay, so this doesn't come back to us. This is for stuff under 10, right?
Correct.
Right. City manager, obviously, I guess, when you look at this stuff, you try to get the best, you're going to find the best price that you can for it in terms of folks that's going to do the quality work. So, just make sure it's competitive, and however you're doing it, I'm fine with it, so.
I don't know how we make it competitive if we don't call around.
Do we call around?
Yeah, for most, she right there. Yes, we call around and.
But this says we don't anymore.
We're still
going to call around, right?
We'll call around, but this would take out, being, have to, prolong when the project needs to be done.
So
That's what it-
essentially, is this so, if you only have two, you can do two,
Yes,
and
sir.
you can do less than three? Obviously, you're not gonna pick one only, obviously.
no.
You're gonna get quotes, and they gotta be competitive.
Yes, sir.
So in the event that you can't get three, you're saying we can drop to two.
Yes,
How about if we say in that rare event where you
But the
can't
policy
get-
already
The
says
policy
that.
already speaks to
And that's
that.
what-
The
that's why
policy already speaks to
This is
that.
like a mute conversation.
Yeah.
Okay, so
This
the
has
po-
crossed
the
my
policy-
heart. I'll get the quote.
So the
If
policy.
it's available, we require 3 quotes. If it's not, the policy already speaks to what,
Right,
if he's still calling around.
It's already covering
Yes.
this. So we don't need to make any changes, is the point that I'm making.
Okay.
So it doesn't even need to be on the agenda.
All right, well, I got an understanding of it, so we do three. If we can't get three, we go to two.
Correct.
But we never go to one, obviously.
So there's some instances where it's difficult to find a vendor to complete a job, and we do consider those, but we want the departments to seek more than one quote, just so we know we're getting the best price.
Well, I've seen the occasions where there's a sole source.
Correct.
Where it's a unique kind of a.
Exactly.
Right, right.
But the policy already speaks to what we're trying to do here.
All right, well,
Who made the motion?
I think I made the motion.
Okay, are you still holding on to that motion?
Well, if the feeling is that it's not necessary, I guess that motion dies unless someone wants to second it, so.
It has been seconded.
It has been seconded? Well.
Can I take back?
You can
my-
withdraw your
Yeah,
second.
I'm withdrawing.
All right. Is there a second? Motion dies for lack of a second.
Item 7X, consideration of an action on request to suspend the sale of delinquent property tax and initiate a request for proposal process for a third-party delinquent tax collection. This request is from interim city manager, Dr. Emmanuel Adedari.
I can make a motion and with discussion.
Councilmember Gay has made a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Carn. Go right ahead, Councilmember Gay.
To be clear, this motion does not impede or prevent the city from collecting its property tax, the interest or penalty associated with a delinquent tax, which is set by the state law. All this motion does is prevent the predatory practice of auctioning the bill, which provides an unfair cost to the homesteader. But I don't believe that we need a moratorium. I think it very well could just simply be an administrative decision. I'm not sure.
Any further discussion?
Well,
Councilmember Arnold, you were.
Well, I heard Councilman Carn.
I heard you both. I mean, and I was looking at you, so.
Right ahead.
So I guess my question for this is, and, I wish that we had staff here to speak to this a little bit more. Is there a problem with the process that we have in place right now?
Yes, absolutely is a problem. And in fact, I thought I had articulated it more than once, but I'm happy to try and provide you clarity. If you owe a mortgage and you can't pay your mortgage this month on time, your mortgage company sells your June bill. They auction it online, and it goes up to $10,000. Somebody buys your June mortgage bill for $10,000. When you ready to pay your June bill, you get $1,000. Okay, I'm ready to pay my June bill. With this predatory action, you got to pay the $10,000. You got to pay your June bill plus that $10,000. This simply takes away what has been an unfair predatory practice. And matter of fact, I don't even know if it's legal. I don't even know if you can auction a property tax bill. And if you can, it has been to serve a very select few. There have been elected officials who have served on this council who has benefited from it. There have been elected officials whose families, servants, agents, and friends have benefited from it, and it's an unfair predatory practice that needs to be stopped. Now, what some governments do is they simply put out an RFP for a tax collector. You can just simply send your delinquent tax out to a tax collector. And in the case of Fulton County, they use a company called Invesco Services.
Isn't that the same company that the people in the city of South Fulton are complaining about the tax bills that they have and they're losing their properties to?
Well, Georgia writes the law on how properties are foreclosed, the right to redeem. Those laws are very clear. Invesco is only a service that simply makes Fulton County whole, pay their tax bill, and when you go to redeem it from Invesco, all you do is you just simply pay your delinquent tax bill plus the penalty and the interest that's established by state law.
So are you saying that the city, because do we have an RFP right now?
No, that's what this motion says.
Okay, so the city is collecting the taxes right now, correct?
No, here's what the city does.
Hold on, wait, Ms. Fuller Bradley actually.
Ms. Dan, I was being interrupted, so Mayor, I would like to finish my comment. Ms. Bradley was welcome to come down and say what she needs to say, but I was right in the middle of a comment.
I mean, in terms of what the city does.
But I'm happy to hear from her, but you just interrupted me while I was talking.
I did interrupt you, I'm sorry.
And I thought that's what you was asking for us to be respectful of everyone's up here.
I did, I said I'm sorry.
Your apology accepted. Now, what we have in place is that when our property tax bills are delinquent, we put it in the South Fulton Neighbor, which is our legal organ, and we advertise, which is that your property tax bill is delinquent. If you've ever come in our city hall, you see this big thing in the lobby. You got all these people parceling on the taxes. They've been advertised. The homesteader, the person who owns the property, has the right to come in and pay Philip Latona. And then they put an X. If you ever seen it, they got X's before the day of the auction.
Right, because that means they paid.
Yeah, so we don't auction them. Those that did not get paid by the day of the auction sale, you come in this chambers, there's an auctioneer. Just like if you were auctioning people or cattle. There's an auctioneer, and he literally auctions your delinquent tax bill. He calls the parcel up. There are investors that sit out there. And let me give you a perfect example. And I appreciate the opportunity to give you a perfect example. Maddie, and the reason I'm saying is because if you listen to presidential debate, they will always tell you about something. Maddie lived on Lakeshore Drive, Miss Bradley. Maddie had breast cancer. Maddie brother's an alcoholic. Doug didn't pay Maddie tax bill. It was approximately $380. Maddie succumbed to cancer. Her tax was brought in this chambers, and it was auctioned off for approximately $60,000. $380-something tax bill was auctioned to the highest bidder to invest it for close to $60,000. So after Maddie passed, the estate, the probate, was trying to get, her sister was trying to get her house. You know, we call this generational wealth, by the way. That's what the vice president just talked about. She just said, you were sitting next to me. This is how we pass generational wealth, the equity in our homes. So in the case of Maddie, she lost her generational wealth because her property tax was sold for $60,000. And in order for her, for anybody in her family to get that tax back, where they gonna find $60,000 from? We were made whole when the man paid us the $387. We got our money. That is a predatory practice that is unfair. I think it's almost criminal.
Well, I guess my question is, I have two. One, Is that the law? Is it legal? Is that what the law says that we're supposed to do? 2, are we collecting the taxes right now, or is it a third party doing it?
We're collecting the taxes right now. We bill and collect the taxes. As far as it's the law allows us, the tax sale, to collect our past due taxes.
Right. Does the law say that we have to do it any particular way?
I'm not clear on that. Can you help?
It's just a public outcry, correct?
Ma'am, we are authorized to auction the properties, but we're not required to do that.
And we also have the ability to remove a property on the day of the tax sale, because this gives us leverage as far as even the hotels paying their tax bill. Once we put a moratorium on that, that doesn't give us the leverage. We'll have past due tax bills because we collect them ourselves, and we would have to place the liens on the property and probably won't collect until they actually sell the property. So the tax sale does give us the leverage, and we do have the ability to remove certain properties from the tax sale the day of tax sale. This is just giving us, forcing the taxpayers to pay their tax bill before their properties go up for sale. But we lose that leverage once we take away that ability.
How many houses, how many people are losing their houses to tax sales through the city of College Park?
I would have to double check that. I don't have the information in front of me right now, but I can get that information to you tomorrow.
I need to know more about this.
It's legal to take that rock wall down, but it's certainly an outcry from the public. So just because something is legal doesn't make it make sense. Now, you can talk to Arthur Finley, you can talk to Phil, you can talk to Athea, but this is simple. It's either you auction the tax or you simply hire a tax collector to collect it. It's just that simple.
Well, I got a couple of things, and it's an issue in cities as well as counties. You know, tax liens happen on the courthouse steps. They happen in city halls, all over the state, all over the country. But when it comes to homeowners in particular, no, it's not illegal, but in a sense, it's immoral, I guess you could say. And I wouldn't necessarily want to go with one particular outfit over another. If we were to put out an RFP, we'd see what we get. But I think that this proposal helps to prevent residents from potentially ending up losing their homes. So I get it in concept. Now, one other side of it is that, you know, I'm not so hot on giving businesses a pass on tax lien sales because they're making money. And we've got $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 tax bills that those outfits aren't paying. Now, if we go to an RFP and have a third-party collection service to go after those, they don't get a pass. But the penalties don't come down on our residential. And also, and this is an if, we were to look at a third party and do a request for proposal and see what we got back, we could set the parameters for what they could and could not do contractually with these properties and how much commission or penalties or whatever have you. So it wouldn't be as severe as someone coming in with a $400 tax bill and being able to auction it up to $60,000, which would make it next to impossible for the resident to pay the $60,000 where they could pay possibly $400. So there's some in-between ground there that we could do if we take a look at it and see what we get. We can look at 3 outfits, see what we got. If we don't like it, we still have what we got now. So it's not one or the other. I think, in my opinion, I think it's worth taking a look at. I don't want to see anyone lose their home, but whether or not we pull the trigger, if we take a look and see what we get, if we don't like any of it, we go back to what we got. So,
how are we going to get an RFP out?
I think it's worth a look. In my opinion, that's just my opinion. But
the earliest, go ahead.
That doesn't pigeonhole us or bind us to making a decision on anything. It's just if we put out an RFP and take a look, I think it gives us other options that we don't have now if we make a decision on whatever we get back. So-
Wait, hold on, wait. How do we get an RFP out?
It would most likely be in July, because we're working on hiring a purchasing administrator. So in the next 3 weeks, we should have someone in-house.
The other thing is, we can carry the debt down for 30, 60, 90, 120 days. Well, there's no rush to auction your tax. Carrying the debt is done in all accounts payables. In other words, if your property tax is due May 31st, we can hold it to August. There's just nothing wrong with carrying debt.
The tax sale isn't until September, but again, with the hotels, you can run a $100 tax liability, and if there's multiple hotels not paying, that can be $1 million debt we're carrying on the books. But the tax sale doesn't, right now, I believe at the end of April is when we send out the tax notices for delinquent taxes, but the tax sale isn't until September, and it can be pushed back as far as October.
And keep in mind, ma'am, listen, I appreciate your comments. That is certainly, we as a governing body can hold our debt no more than the GICC owes us bond debt, no more than going through your budget. There's so much delinquent debt. VITA owes us $9 million as we speak. We have a lot of funds that are underpaid. We're supplementing funds. So please, madam, don't come and express a sincerity that we have to do this. That is not true. The second thing is that we don't keep this money. See, that's the other thing. The auction, the money that we don't even see that money. That is just an undue burden to a homeowner. It's not like we get the money. We don't see it. All we get is our tax bill. That's all we get back. So if you done bought somebody's house for 60 grand, it's worth 300.
So
Councilmember Roderick?
I get what you're saying, but doing an RFP, bringing in a company and having them to collect the taxes is not going to change the situation, nor if it's a person who is in business, this is their business, they're not going to agree to us controlling how they make their money. I wouldn't as a business person. So that's why I still have a lot of questions and concerns about what is it that's going wrong with the process that we have right now. Is it that you want us to only collect what people owe and nothing else?
I don't think you understand.
Wait, hold on, please let her finish. She's in the middle. She's in the middle. She's in the middle of her comment. Please let her finish.
Okay, finish your comments.
Is it that we are only going to that we only want to collect what people owe and nothing else? Is it that that's all that we're saying that we want to do? Is that your proposal? Is that what the RFP is supposed to fix? Because the RFP is not going to fix that.
Fix what?
The example was Maddie owed $300, but someone came and bidded on Maddie's property to the tune of $60,000. The city only got the $300, so that's $50,000 and some change that someone else has on Maddie's property that has to be paid before Maddie's property can be turned back over to her heirs. That was the example that was given. So the question is, do we believe that an RFP is going to stop this additional $60,000?
Ma'am, the
Hold on,
RFP,
Councilmember Gay, go ahead.
The RFP is no different than the RFP to collect any type of delinquent tax. We have bad debt right now that we don't even write off. If we want to get forensic, we got bad debt right now that this budget don't even write off, because she does the budget in a hybrid accrual and a cash basis. So all we're simply saying is your delinquent property tax, the way you collect it, the interest and the penalty is established by state law. All the collector do is just collect the money in accordance with state law. When you go get your tax bill from Invesco a year from now, 2 years from now, you got up to 5 years to redeem your property. George give you 5 years to redeem your property. When you go to redeem your property, you got to pay a penalty and an interest that's established by state law.
I get that.
So the purpose of the auction is an additional tax that does nothing to benefit us or Maddie. It's just some greedy person came up with this greedy, predatory way to get our properties.
I understand that.
I do have some stats that I was provided in 2023 tax sale year. Tax sale advertised, there were 53 properties. Prior to the sale, there were 39 properties paid prior to the sale of those properties. That's 73% of the 53 that were paid. And tax sale call out was 14. There were no bids on 8. There were 6 bids out of the 14. 1 was a resident, 5 was a vacant lot.
And Phil told me this story the other day that there's one guy who buys a lot of our tax liens. And the gentleman, the older guy, got the money to buy it back for $9,000. And we as a city got some kind of issue, a problem recording it. So he got caught up between how to get his property whole from the. We're not even doing a good job in that part of the piece because the city's required to make sure that that homeowner gets his property back. And we're following through on that problem.
Well, I'll just say a couple of things. And Councilman, I guess your question with the scenario, would that stop that scenario you mentioned, the $400 that's owed and the $60,000 ballooning? There's a lot of in between there that you could have with a third-party outfit, depending on how you set it up. And, tax lien sales, I guess they do serve a purpose for counties and cities. Traditionally, they ensure that we get as a city just about 100% of our taxes due. I mean, that's the purpose.
Yep.
But putting out an RFP and taking a look at this may alleviate the issue of someone losing their home, not because of the actual city taxes that are owed, but the amount the auction raises the amounts to. Now, hundreds, thousands of people, they make a complete living off of tax lien sales. In Georgia, you get a 20% premium on whatever is owed. So if you bid up to, say, a $10,000 tax lien, that individual has to pay you not the $10,000, but $12,000 to get their property back. Is that right out there?
Excuse me, I'm sorry, I was.
Yeah, no.
The 20%
you're
premium,
right.
the standard in Georgia, which is what it is. I was just verifying that with explaining. A lot of people make a living off of this. Now, is it the most honorable living? Probably not. There's a lot of folks that could make those payments or could pay that back. That 20% premium is very damaging to folks that can't afford it. I think an RFP gives us a chance to take a look at if there's some other options. Again, it wouldn't say we pull the trigger or make a change at all. But I'm not a tax expert. I think, in my opinion, it would be worth maybe putting out an RFP, seeing what we got. If something does come up and we get a proposal that could help alleviate the chance of someone losing their home in College Park, I mean, I think it's worth a look. So do we make a decision on it or pull the trigger? No.
So is it an RFP? Is it an RFI? Is it because what it sounds like to me is that we're using an RFP to gather information to make a determination on whether or not if we want certain services. If we don't even understand our statement of work, what it is that we want the company to and not to do, and what parameters we want to put in place, then why are we asking people to bid for work? That doesn't make sense. So maybe we should be putting out an RFI to gather information.
No, ma'am. No.
Okay,
no,
well,
no,
Hold on,
no,
wait,
no,
let her finish
no.
her.
She finished. She got it.
Wait a minute.
I heard
Councilmember
her say-
Arnold.
I heard her breathe.
Councilmember Arnold, are you finished?
I wasn't, but that's
Please go
okay.
ahead.
No, I'm
no,
done.
ma'am, please
no,
go ahead.
I'm done.
An RFQ is a request for qualification. An RFI, which I've never heard of.
RFQ is request for quotes.
What I'm simply saying, ma'am, is that when a collection company, when you hire a collection company, they do exactly what the finance lady is claiming we want done. When you hire a collection company, they pay the tax. When you hire a collection company, if we got $5,000 in unpaid taxes, they give us the money, so we whole, we good. But they don't. But then when you go to get your tax lien satisfied by that company, you simply just have to pay them the amount of your tax bill plus penalty and interest, which is established by state law. This business of auctioning has no place with anything in this conversation. I don't get it. What you're missing is that if you hire somebody to collect your cable bill or your phone bill or your insurance bill, that's just somebody who's you gonna sell them your. I give you a perfect example. People who don't pay their credit card debt. They come to companies and buy all your past due credit card debts. Then under Georgia law, you go into court for that for the people who done bought your delinquent debt. They do it all the time. And when you go to court, when you go to the magistrate court, it's gonna be the people who bought your credit card debt versus the person. The credit card company out of it, they don't got their money. When we sell our tax liens, when we hire a third-party collector, they pay the tax. We made whole. We done collected all our money for our taxes. Then you gotta go and pay this collection agency. There are people who do this, but they're not random people. These are corporations, and one of them is Invesco. These are companies that does this for a living.
Okay, my turn.
Councilmember Arnold, go right ahead.
So, again, an RFQ is a request for quotes, which means that we already know exactly what we want them to do. That means that we have a statement of work in place. That means that we have all the conditions identified, which we do not. An RFI means that we would gather information from the companies that are out there and the services that they provide. Then we can select what we think that we want to put into a statement of work to do an RFQ. That's all that I'm saying. Unless we know exactly what it is that we want, we should not be doing an RFQ.
All right.
That's my point.
Understood, Councilman. Hold on one second. We are having some technical difficulties because
it's not mine.
It's not. I mean, I'm pretty far away, but I can separate.
Mine's is off.
All right. Is there a computer near a microphone?
You got your
Mine is,
laptop and
but-
the pad. I don't know if that's close.
All right.
It's not me.
Let's see if that makes it work better. Okay, Councilmember Gay, go right
I'm no
ahead.
expert on procurement. I don't care how you do it. If the intent is simply to halt the auction sales, how it's done, we will yield to the professionals on what is the best way to advertise the person that collects the tax. If that's an RFQ, I don't know. My intent tonight, and has always been, is just simply stop the predatory practice of auctioning your tax. That's really all I'm trying to do here.
I agree with that 100%. Althea, city manager, I think, obviously we don't have enough expertise up here to make a determination. If the direction to go is taking a look at an RFI, and maybe even putting this on the workshop to take a look at the broad ramifications of how we do this. But the intent is putting the people and residents first and making sure we lessen the chance of a resident losing their home. So that's our intent. How we go about it, do we make some adjustments to our model? Do we put out an RFP eventually and look at some other models? or however we look, and I guess we kind of explore that and see what's out there. But if we can mitigate it and lessen it, and even if we put out an RFQ or ended up putting out an RFP, the question is, how does the third party penalize that? We know we get our tax money back, but how much of a penalty do they inflict on a resident? So it's a lot of questions, absolutely, and we want to make sure we're not jumping into a situation that makes it worse for a resident, but I don't know enough about it to determine it. So information, Councilwoman Arnold, I agree. Councilmember Gay, I agree. We need to explore it and look at it. I think the intent is, again, looking out for the residents, so I think we can all agree on that. I think we trust city managers, finance, how we go about exploring that the best way. So,
and in the meantime, we'll just not auction. And may I make a recommendation that you contact Dr. Arthur Finad at Fulton County?
Okay.
He may be willing to come to our city or have someone come to help us better understand this. May I also recommend that when we go to GMA, that we all take the course on city taxation and listen to best practices from cities all over Georgia. Because I think the intent here is simply to, as you said, Councilman Corn, is to protect our residents. I think that's our only intent here. I think we all want the same thing.
All right, so Ms. Brown, who made the motion?
Councilman Gay.
You still stand by your motion?
Yes. No, I want to amend it that we stop the auction until we identify the best procurement practice. You got it?
Repeat it.
Why don't you withdraw your motion and just do another motion?
I withdraw the motion.
Okay.
The motion is that we suspend the sale of delinquent tax. We suspend the sale of delinquent tax properties until we identify the most appropriate procurement policy for collection. Until we identify the most appropriate procurement policy for collection. Until we identify the most appropriate procurement policy for collection. You got it? Did you get it, ma'am? She got it. Is there a second?
Hold on, wait, that's my job. So your motion is to
suspend the sale of the delinquent tax property until we, can you finish? Until we
identify the most appropriate procurement policy for collections.
Is there a second?
I would second it with a slight modification.
Sure.
And I have a question. I would say explore procurement options, just add that to it. But technically speaking, Althea, we wouldn't have any auctions until well into September anyhow.
Correct.
So there's
We would still send out the notices for delinquency.
Well, so right now there's a moratorium, de facto moratorium, at least for the next 120 days, or longer until September there. So there won't be any action on that. Will we be able to get this on a workshop, obviously, well before September? I think it's important enough if
well, Councilmember Cohen, the reason why is the same reason why we wanted the money for the festivals. You stated it eloquently that there's a preparation period. And, you don't just walk in here and have a tax sale. That's a process. And so this is well in advance to get and not only that, it gives the people who listen tonight and at home some peace of mind. You know how many people right now trying to make a decision how they gonna lose their house?
I agree. Times are tough, and it is a process. But a moratorium takes advertisement for many for a while on end. If we do a moratorium,
but we didn't ask for a moratorium. We said simply to suspend the sale of the taxes.
Are we selling tax liens right now?
No, we're
not until September.
We would still send out the delinquent tax notices along with, we will still file liens on the property for delinquent taxes. I think by law we have to.
I would be.
Am I correct? Wednesday by law, I have to file
if we're
those
not
liens.
having a sale
Wait,
right
hold
now,
on, hold
this
on.
moment.
I'm sorry,
Okay.
Councilmember Arnold. Ms. Flor Bradley asked Mr. Denmark an important question. I want to make sure that
By
it is
law,
clear.
we have to file those liens, correct?
Yeah, filing the liens is what we're required to do, but I don't believe the councilman's motion addresses the filing of liens, but rather the actual tax sales. But the answer to your question is yes, but I don't know if that relates to what the councilman's motion was.
I just wanted the council to understand that we're still going through the process, but if the council passes not to move forward with the
Wait, hold on.
tax.
Councilmember Arnold was in the midst of talking, and I interrupted her to make sure that everyone was clear on that.
So we're not selling any tax liens right now.
Correct.
At all.
Correct.
And any action that we take right now is not going to stop liens from going on properties, correct?
That's not how it works. We don't
Wait,
do
hold on.
liens
Wait,
until the
Councilmember Gay.
tax is
Councilmember Gay.
due.
Councilmember Gay. Councilmember Gay. Councilmember Arnold has the floor. Please go ahead.
So if we're not selling tax liens right now, and it's not going to prevent us from putting liens, then really the only thing that we want to do is to find out whether or not, if we can find a company, if we can investigate and identify a company to help us with the collection process. And that we only want them to collect what's owed and not bid it out to get any additional funding, correct? I'm asking a question to make sure that...
That sounds right. I mean, technically speaking, we have a 120-day grace period before we look at a tax lien sale at all. I think it affords us enough time to explore any options, so.
Well, there's no harm in my motion. It doesn't hurt or help. Mayor, can you call the motion, because we just keep going in circles. So
well, Roderick, I don't disagree with your motion, but you have a motion to suspend tax sales, not going through the lien process. Okay.
No, wait, I didn't say nothing about the lien process.
But because they have to legally do that as they come due. That's what I'm saying.
Listen, and speaking of liens, I fought Ms. Bradley for years and pray. And if you can go on downtown to see if we've even filed liens on delinquent, we got apartment owners that's running off paying $70,000 water bills. And ain't nobody in your office done collected one dime.
There's liens on those properties
No, well,
for those past
I'm just
due water
saying
bills.
that is my plight, has been my plight. So if this is all of a sudden that we're going to be aggressive on liens, I'm elated. But we want the same thing. I'm the council member who has demanded that we don't even know right now if we even file liens on anything that's delinquent. In fact, city manager.
Yes, sir.
Provide the city with every lien that has been filed. Fulton County, DeKalb County, every lien that's been filed, provide us a copy. And it's not that hard to do.
Well,
Wait, hold on. Every lien that's been filed
By the city of College Park.
Oh, by the city of College Park. I think you said every lien
Because
that's
we
been filed.
have, let me tell you why. We have property, you heard the guy that came down and said his apartment been sold 5 times? Do you know how many times we miss large payments that don't even get paid? Do you know they go to closing and our city attorney, we know there's no process in place to even make sure that this city is protected with a lot of large liens. We're not even talking about these little small property taxes. So, city manager, I want to see every lien that's been filed by finance.
Okay, for what time?
Let's do 36 months.
36 months.
Any further discussion? Hearing none. Ms. Brown, can you repeat the motion one more time before we move to a vote?
Councilman Gay, were you amending your motion to Carnes or no? Okay, so Councilman Gay motion to suspend the sale of delinquent property tax until we identify the most appropriate procurement policy for collections.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Any abstentions?
I abstain.
All right. Councilmember Gay and Councilmember Carn are in favor. Councilmember Arnold has abstained. The motion passes.
City manager, I need a point of order. No, I'm fine. I'm good.
City Attorney's report?
No report this evening.
City Manager's report?
No report, ma'am.
All right. Well, Dr. Adediran, I want to thank you for providing me with the information in regard to where you had identified that we had talked about it in the budget hearing earlier, I guess not earlier this week, last week, about our expenses exceeding our revenues by 6%. And so I understand that you took that information from a second quarter look at our financials. Is that correct?
Yes.
The thing that I'm troubled with in looking at that report is that it's essentially through December 31st, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And our expenses, I'm sorry, our revenue is not linear. That we would not account for our property tax revenue and our business license revenue, which actually happens in the second half of our fiscal year. So I'm concerned about the assumptions that were made in regard to the directive sent to staff about cutting 6% when that's essentially looking at one moment in time and not, it's not embracing the fact that our revenue does not come in a linear fashion.
I disagree with that, ma'am. I've been doing budget for a very long time, okay? The business, when you're talking about business, we have to sometime in March, to collect those business taxes.
But business license, when is that?
I mean, business license.
Yes, when is that collected?
By up to March 31st.
Right.
Yes, but how much comes from business taxes when you look at other expenditures?
I mean, we were talking earlier, we were talking in our budget hearing that they bring in about $3 million in that office. So, and property taxes also were reflective of, both the license and fees lines and the taxes lines were substantially below where they should have been halfway through the year because it is not linear.
Ma'am, that's halfway. We were through December 31st. I did not come up with the figure. That's finance that came up with the figure, and that's all I could go by.
No, I understand. Did you speak to finance about it?
They furnished the figure. I didn't create the figure on my own. They furnished the figures.
Dr. Adediran, I'm not taking issue with the figures themselves.
Okay.
I'm taking issue with the fact that our revenue does not come in at 1/12 each month, that we actually see revenue in large chunks at different periods of the year. And some of those chunks happen in the second half of the year. So the assumption that because at the end of the second quarter, that expenses are outpacing revenue and therefore a 6% cut needs to be made does not take into account the fact that we are going to see more revenue in the second half of the year than we saw in the first half. Did you take that into account when you gave the directive?
Yes, ma'am.
How so?
Because I just didn't look at the business tax. I look at we have like 4 or 5 different categories. If I thought the issue was resolved, if I knew it was going to come up, I would have brought the stuff in here tonight to show the different categories where the revenue comes in and where the expenses, are spent. If I knew what was going to come up, I would have, I would have brought the document. Like I said, it was a document that finance, provided. And if you even look further,
I would appreciate if you didn't point at me.
Okay, it's just the way I express myself. If you look further in that budget something.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you will see where idea how to move money from fund balance to try to, if you go further, to try to balance the budget. You know what that does to a city's rating? It lowers your rating, and that affects where the percentage. If you want to borrow money to do a project, it will affect it.
Which is why I'm concerned about the budget that you've presented, because it does go into fund balance.
I didn't, ma'am, I've only been in this function since January.
But it's your budget.
I'm trying to do what's best for the city of College Park, and I told you the first day, that's what I will do, what's best for College Park. And everywhere I've worked, it's either, for most part, it's AAA bonded, and we borrow at the lowest. I didn't move any fund balance to balance the budget. No, I did not. And it's a practice, yes.
So you're saying that the budget that is being presented right now does not draw upon any fund balance? Is that what you're saying? The budget, the workshops that we're going through, this budget? Ms. Fullard Bradley, is that accurate?
It does fund balances from car rental and hotel motel, which is standard.
Okay. All right. So there is drawdown of our fund balances.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So in regard to the projections that you made, was there any consultation with finance before the 6%?
Was there any conversation with them?
Yes, sir.
No.
Okay.
I did not.
All right.
But what I did do, she gone. She knew what I was doing when I asked all the department heads when they preparing their budget to cut it by 6%.
So you're saying that Ms. Fullard Bradley was aware of that before you did it?
No. Once I made that decision, I shared it with her.
Then you told her?
Yes.
Okay. I will say that going into the budget process with that assumption is troubling because of the fact of the nonlinear nature of our revenue and most cities' revenue. I mean, I don't know of a city that gets revenue in equal pieces throughout the year. And so to have our department heads go through the exercise of doing a 6% cut, at the same time that our budget is increasing by 12%, we still don't have space to have, we still haven't figured out how we're going to accommodate a single penny in raises for our employees. And I think someone said it earlier tonight, inflation is at 3.3% year over year. And so anything that we do less than 3.3% is essentially a pay cut for our employees. But we've still managed to increase our budget by 12% is troubling to me. And it seems to lack some discipline and some focus. And so I'm looking forward to the remainder of our budget hearings. I'm disappointed that the public won't have the opportunity to be able to fully participate in those hearings. There is interest, there is a desire for them to do that, and to have the public be in here while we're over there lacks a whole bunch of sense in my book, because I don't care if we're more comfortable over there, we should be where the people need us to be, because we are spending their money. And to do it essentially in the size of a closet in comparison to where we are in this room, we should be inconvenienced before the public gets inconvenienced. And to be able to have someone in here with a camera trying to record what is happening on this screen to stream it to other people is shameful. And it does not reflect on our commitment to transparency. We are spending the public's money. I have questions about how we're spending the public's money and the assumptions that we have made going into this budget in relation to spending the public's money. And for us to run and hide while we are spending the public's money is not a good look.
Ma'am, I'm not part of the governing body. Your governing body voted to have it over there, and you were sitting right there. So why are you directing it to me? I'm not part of the governing body. It was voted on, and that it should be over there. So, I mean, it wasn't my decision.
I understand that, sir. The budget that has been presented was your decision. And so in regard to the second half, you're right. I shouldn't be directing that toward you. My apologies. But the first half, the budget is yours. It is the budget that you have presented.
That's true.
And I have some concerns about the assumptions and the foundation upon which it has been presented.
Ma'am, it's a workshop, though. That's not the complete budget. It's the workshop. We still going. We just did 4 out of 13, 14 departments. It's a workshop. Some of the departments, when they came in, we couldn't take anything from them. It was, couldn't deduct. As a matter of fact, some of the other departments, we had to increase their full time in order to keep the city where the city needs to be. We just did four departments, and it's a workshop.
I understand. At this point, having gone through 4 departments, I think we're probably on the plus minus. We've probably got more money that we want to put in there than we want to take out. I think the big thing that we talked about taking out was the paving of the GICC, but then we said, we really need to try to improve the screens outside of the GICC. And so in the budget process, we always tend to find more things that we need. And when we are already in a space of increasing our budget by 12%, we've got to make some sacrifices at some point. We have to make some hard decisions. And I think whatever hard decisions we make, we need to make sure that our employees are taken care of. We need to make sure that they are able to do this work that is so important for our residents and our community, and they get the increases in pay that they deserve and that they need to sustain them and their loved ones. But moving on. So last week, the Vice President of the United States was in the city of College Park, which is pretty amazing. Vice President Kamala Harris came to kick off her economic opportunity tour, and I want to thank the entire GICC staff for their tireless efforts. I want to thank our communications director, Cameron Preston, and her team for all the hard work that they did on that event. I want to thank College Park Police, College Park Fire Department, all of the folks who came together to make this a seamless visit for the Vice President and made our city shine. I want to thank Public Works. I want to thank Recreation, everybody. Everybody did such an amazing job, because certainly these types of visits come together with not a whole lot of advance notice, but our team is always ready to ensure that everyone who comes to our city is treated to top-notch service. And speaking of the GICC, we learned last week that the executive director of the GICC, Mercedes Miller, will be retiring in a few months, and wanted to thank her. I don't think she's here tonight, but I think she'll be back later on this week. But she is retiring after 30 years of service to our city. That's right. And it is exemplary service that she has given the city of College Park. I know that we will do more to celebrate her later, but I certainly wanted to congratulate her on being selected as the president of the ATL Airport District, and she'll be starting that role in September. But just when you see her around, can't miss her. We all know her. We all love her. Thank her. thank her for her service to this city. She has not only served as executive director of the GICC, she served as interim city manager. She has done so many things for this city and in this city, and we are grateful for her service. I want to send my appreciation to Promise 686. It's an organization that works with faith communities to help support families that are in crisis, families whose children are in the foster care system, and also helps those who are trying to adopt. They did a lunch and learn last week at the public safety building, and we also had DFACS personnel there to discuss how we can better support families in crisis and help stop kids from getting in the foster care system in the first place. And it was a very exciting conversation because there are things that we can do in our community to help support kids. And no one can do everything, but we can all do something. And that was really the tenor of the conversation, is that we all really have the opportunity to help support. And so I appreciate the opportunity to have Promise 686 come and learn more. Also had the opportunity to meet with Secretary Pete Buttigieg when he was in town about a week and a half ago. He not only saw what was going on at the airport as they are installing the modular pieces of Concourse D. It's a fascinating process. They're actually assembling in one part of the airport and then transporting pieces over to Concourse D, and they were celebrating the movement of the first piece. They've got, I think, 18 or 19 to go. So it's a several-year process, but the Secretary was there to see how other airports might be able to emulate that work to cut down on delays in air travel. And he also came to the African American Mayors Association conference and talked about some of the great projects that are happening through the Reimagining Communities and Neighborhoods grant, of which we and in the region are a $50 million recipient. And so I certainly thanked him on behalf of the entire region. Mayor Holiday Ingram from East Point was there as well. And we just extended our gratitude for the Secretary and everyone that works with him on the federal level to recognize the work that we are doing here. That $50 million will connect the Atlanta Beltline to the Finding the Flint trailhead. So that is really exciting news. Was also in Perry for the Georgia Municipal Association Legislative Policy Council meeting because the group needs to figure out what the strategies will be for the upcoming year. The legislative session just ended last month, but, well, I think, gosh, we're in May now. But anyway, it just ended, but we're already talking about legislative priorities for the Georgia Municipal Association and the 536 cities in the state. As second vice president of GMA, I get to have some in-depth conversations about a lot of those issues, and it is amazing how, while there might be local twists, we're all experiencing some of the same concerns. Issues with code enforcement, issues with the ability to enforce codes, whether that is personnel or just a lot of people, as I traveled throughout the state in April at district meetings, were talking about just having the ability from the state level to be able to enforce codes better, because there are concerns with housing that is aging and people call it naturally occurring affordable housing, which has its own stigma. But there's not enough funding to sort of help rehab some of those properties as well. And so you hear those concerns across the state, and GMA is definitely putting those on the front burner as they look at the legislative session for 2025. But I think that's all I've got. Councilman Ricard?
Thank you, Mayor, so much. And we do appreciate your work with GMA. It's good to know that we have an executive in the ranks from College Park. That's always a big help in terms of getting some of our priorities pushed through. So we definitely are thankful for that. Thank you, Mercedes Miller. her dedication and her expertise, we have so many staff members that are so truly dedicated to our city. And I just want to thank everybody. Sometimes we don't always agree, but we're all working towards one goal. And I think truly in everybody's heart, it is the good of the citizens and getting the best outcome for our residents. We don't always have the same pathway to get to that goal, but that's why you have diversity, and we work towards that. When you're working for a community or working for a company, you dedicate an unusual portion of one's life towards this career. And it can be all-encompassing and really suck up all the oxygen in terms of your time. I know the older I get, I always say when I was younger, I said, everybody's always trying to, get over on folks and get the money out of your pockets. That's what I used to always complain about. But, it's commerce, it's capitalism. As you get older, I say, everybody's trying to take your time, I guess, and you look at the value of time as well as you get older. So it's just interesting as we travel through, representing our community, doing the best we can for our community. We want to continue that path. Dr. Emanuel, I want to thank you for jumping in into deep water. Is any city manager perfect? No, of course not. But this gentleman right here is a constant worker, and he is truly dedicated to the betterment of this city. But he is, when I say he's handling some serious work, when we hired this young man, we weren't department heads down so much as we are now. So, we put a load on his back in the beginning of the year, and the load got heavier as you had to put more departments on your back that will cover some other ways. So, again, I thank you, and I know when we have new administrations, things get a little tumultuous. There's some transition. But we are making good progress on this year's budget. We're making very good progress. And I believe we will have enough funds to cover our expenditures, absolutely. One of the big differences this year with the budget and what I'm excited about is that we're going to cover our residents first. The top priority of this budget is from listening to our residents in terms of their concerns and what they would like to see and what they expect to see in terms of services. So that's at the top of the list. Everything else is working around that. And that's why there are a lot of folks that may not like what's going on. But we're flipping it around. Residents first. Residents first, and I think it is working. I think that setting your budget, city manager, to come in leaner was very smart. It affords us the opportunity for other expenditures and whatnot when we gives us a latitude to work with and a block of funds that we can consider in different ways. Again, we're still in the process of developing our budget. And for the record, we are looking at a COLA for staff as well. We're going to cover our employees. We're going to cover our residents above all things at the end of the day, because they pay the freight for this entire enterprise we have here. I'm looking forward to the first Healthy Looks Good on You community event. It's going to be May 11th in Ward 2. I'm very excited about it. City Manager, I want to get with you on some particulars. We want to make the first one an exciting kickoff. And I want to, it's a friendly competition with everything we do, but I certainly want our first one to be pretty good. And then I'm going to let you all top that one. So we'll take it from there. Our senior summit with Fulton County starts tomorrow at 10 a.m. at the Convention Center at the GICC. Now, this is a comprehensive summit for seniors encompassing all aspects of their lives, health, medical, transportation, you name it. I want to thank our commissioner for helping arrange that. So we're looking forward to that. If you're a senior in our community, come on out to the GICC starting at 10 a.m. until at least I think 2 or 3 p.m., if I'm not mistaken. I guess our public information officer probably has that information on the website. So we're definitely excited about that. I had a couple of other quick things here. I mentioned the community. Oh, the Promise 686. Myself and the city manager stopped by. They did host a wonderful event over at the Public Safety Building. The partnerships with our churches, that's what was the most encouraging. There are a lot of kids in need of families out here. There are a lot of kids hurting out here that lost parents. And, a lot of times you don't see that out in the public, but they really brought it home to College Park, and we certainly do appreciate that. I think that's about all I've got. So we've got our cookout grills will be coming. I wanted to wait until I got finished with the National Main Street Conference, maybe at the end of this week. So we're going to be installing those in Willis Park. That's the only park that does not have cookout facilities there. So we're going to be adding that. Again, requests from our community directly in terms of what they expect. And we want to try to meet all of those expectations this year. This city budget it's going to be very dynamic, and it's going to be addressing so many needs directly. We need to be able to work on it in a way and in an environment where we can focus and concentrate while at the same time conducting an open and transparent meeting. And we are doing that. I said before in a council meeting that the only reason we had budget hearings out here in the council chambers was because of COVID. So there's a method to what we're doing and why we're doing it. With the first budget meeting we had, I think it was pretty immediately understood around that room that this is how the budget is done and why you have to have it in a certain type of environment where you could really hammer things out and get the sausage made the right way. And when we left out of there, I think everybody understood why we have to have it that way. So it's not for nothing. But transparency always. We keep things open to the public. We want to let them know what we're doing. And I think they're going to be very excited in terms of the things we're doing. We're putting together community benefit packages and arrangements that we've never done before in this community that are long, long overdue. And I, for one, city manager, am just so thankful and grateful that we have the support from city manager, that we have the votes to make sure residents' priorities on our priority list are number one, first and foremost in this budget. So you're going to see some differences in this budget, and I'm so excited about it from every department. And I think our department heads are pretty excited about it. Chief, you know what I'm excited about with your budget, with the scan codes. We're going to take patrolling to another level in this city. Summer's starting up, and crime always spikes in the summer. So we're taking precautionary measures and putting new initiatives in place. As a matter of fact, they're so new, they haven't been done anywhere in Fulton County, DeKalb County, or Clayton County. So we're on the cutting edge of doing some new things in this community, and I, for one, am very, very excited about it. So looking forward to a good summer. I think we're making good progress, and we're going to work hard to keep the progress going. Is everything perfect? No. But we're doing the best we can, and we're going to continue to make that progress. So I want to just thank city manager and staff. Thank y'all so much for all the support, and we're going to keep trucking along with this. All right, that's all I got.
Councilmember Arnold.
Thank you. At the February 5th meeting, I recommended that our agendas provide more transparency to citizens by including an indication if the item was budgeted or not, if the item is for a particular ward or if it's citywide, and the sponsoring council member or council members or department for that particular agenda item. This new process was supposed to start on February 19th at the February 19th meeting. And however, this information has been inconsistent each meeting since. Sometimes we have it, sometimes we don't. So I am requesting again that we are consistent with that information on the agenda, beginning with our May 20th agenda. And in addition to that, if we don't already have a documented process and procedure in place, I'm recommending that we immediately implement a vetting process for adding items to the agenda to verify the appropriateness and support a balanced inclusion for all wards on the agenda, so that we don't have situations like we had tonight where we have things on the agenda that we already have stuff in place for. Over the past couple of weeks, I participated in several community engagements to build relationships, to promote priorities, and to continue learning community opportunities and support services for our community.
Bless you. Bless you.
Bless you. These events included the monthly College Park Citizens Association meeting, where the interim city manager provided insightful information on the city's demographics, the strategic plan, and his vision and goals for the city. Thank you, Dr. Emanuel. It was very insightful. I also participated in a grocery giveaway at Midway Missionary Baptist Church, where I was able to participate in helping uplift families in need. I want to thank the pastoral staff and the church members for the invitation to participate, and I also would like to thank Ward 3 Thriver, Ms. Tamara Lawrence, for joining me in volunteering and representing Ward 3. I want to thank also another Ward 3 volunteer, Mr. Quan Harris, for joining the team, and I'm looking forward to the energy and the ideas that he will be bringing for our volunteer team. I would like to thank the Princeton Village Homeowners Association for allowing me the opportunity to hear their concerns, that their ongoing concerns in the community, and to also provide community updates in their annual HOA meeting. The Ward 3 survey closed on April 27th, and it's quite a bit of information that has been collected in the survey, and so I will be working with my team to review and analyze the information, and I will report out and provide a full update once that analysis is complete. And I agree with the statements that the mayor made earlier in reference to the vice president's visit to the city. It was an amazing opportunity to be able to hear the initiatives, the economic initiatives that from that platform, and I'm looking forward to some of that funding trickling down into our community. And, you know, kudos to Mercedes, because, you know, the services that are provided in the GICC are unmatched. If anyone told you anything different, it would be a lie. Congratulations to her. Not too many people make it to 30 years. And not only that, we still will be able to benefit from her expertise as she moves into a new chapter that will continue to support the city. So we should definitely do something big for her. And finally, I want to acknowledge the completion of our first 100 days as a historic governing body. Like, this is the first time that this has happened, and these are our first 100 days together. Yeah, we've had our challenges, but you know what new team that forms doesn't. And so, you know, but it has definitely been, we've accomplished some great things over these first 100 days, and I am definitely looking forward to the continual work to achieving greater things for the city and advancing our city and our citizens. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Gay?
Well, I'll go last. Couple things. First of all, I want to thank my Ward 4 resident, Stanley Muhammad, and his lovely wife for hanging out with us this late. It's good to see y'all. And thank you for what you do for our community. You know, I feel some kind of way. I really do feel some kind of way. I was actually riding on a high. You know, I don't want to rumble, but they got this thing called business acumen. They got a thing called education. They got a thing called common sense. They got a thing called wisdom. I feel like I possess all of those traits. Moreover, anybody can call me when this agenda get published. Anybody got a question can email me, call me, come to my house, knock on my door. You don't have to play it out up here. It don't got to play out up here. As professionals, we have an opportunity to dialogue, to discuss. I mean, I do a heck of a job trying to educate my colleagues, my constituents, and the public. So I'm not sitting up here for my health. If you look at me, that ain't working too good. I'm not sitting up here for pecuniary benefits. We're not really doing that well to where it's worth a lot of the headaches. But we took this job because we care and we want to. What I'm just simply trying to say is, and I don't want to rumble, Mayor, but I used to hear Ambrose all the time talk about his MIT days. Listen, I'm like Ambrose. I've run businesses. I work with lawyers. I work with doctors. In fact, and I'm just going to move on. I founded the School of Occupational Medicine and Environmental Health at Morehouse and Emory. I bet ain't one student over there know that the man sitting up here actually founded the residency with Dr. Howard Funkin at Emory. I could go on for 30 minutes telling you what God has allowed me to do in my travels in this life. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, if you want to know something, call me. If you want to debate, call me. You want to come to my house, sit at my kitchen table, walk through Phillips Park, call me. Don't let it play out up here, because the public deserve for us to have our act together. We got staff that we can meet with. We got internet. It don't have to play out up here. We don't even need to be up here this late. It's midnight. You know, we talk, the things we talked about tonight, we've had this conversation over and over. It don't got to play out, and I'm not a sacrificial lamb. You don't come up here and take it out on me for things that you don't want to have conversations about. And city manager, you know, a lot of the things that we are saying also have a legal remedy. From time to time, you might need to inject and provide an opinion, because that's what we pay you for. The second thing I want to say is that the gentleman who came down about 4001 Lake Month, which is in my ward, he's exactly right. It's had approximately 7 owners. I basically don't even know how to support that community anymore. I mean, we've had so many owners. I used to have monthly town hall meetings. We found some kid in the lake. We had to drain the lake. I had to work with the feds to figure out where the kid. I mean, that apartment is just riddled. You know, we have property managers that's dead here today and gone tomorrow. So we might need to have 4001 Lake Month down here like we had Central Villa down here before you came back. We might need to do the same thing to them that we did to 2601. Oscar Hudson and I and Chief Meadows, we threatened it with condemnation, and then we got an $11 million redevelopment. So there is a remedy for and he's right. I've seen apartments burned, and I personally fought to make sure that they didn't even want to call an insurance company. People across the street ain't got no pressure. I done seen guys tell me, man, this game related over here. What's up with you, Dad? I mean, we done paid some dues over there. We can't even get East Point to cut the grass. I can't even get my building and ground to cut the other side of the grass. So he's right. I can't get my colleague from East Point to do anything about her part over there. So he's right. The bike race Sunday was a success. It was nice. We need to make sure that we continue to support that because them people were having a good time. There's a lot of good energy, and I enjoyed it. I'd like to thank Congressman Benny Thompson, the Democrat of Mississippi, Congressman David Scott, Congressman Claiborne from South Carolina. What they did was this week past, my family went to the White House. Now, I mean, this is a big deal. We went to the White House. We went to the Capitol because my wife's dad, Dr. Peter Stoner, was among the original white freedom riders. Now, you may say, well, what that got to do with us? Well, let me tell you what that got to do with you. He also married out his race, which now gave us marriage equality. You can love who you want to love. Now here's a man who 83 went to jail, penitentiary, and you can't even get people to walk across the street and go vote. But you got a man who walked away from a $50 million estate in Pennsylvania for something he can't, and these young Generation X, they don't got one political bone in their body. Ain't one thing in their body had anything to do with politics. So I want to thank those congressmen who made sure that Dr. Stoner had some type of recognition, and we thoroughly enjoyed the trip. The Fulton County gave us a piece of land free. We would love to do a dog park. We want to talk about what that looks like. I got 3 dogs. I got a Doodle, American Stafford, and a mutt named Judy. She's not really a mutt, just we don't get along. So there are a lot of people in apartments that I believe would love somewhere to bring their dogs. And not only that, it's a community to sit up there and somebody walk over and talk, hey, what's going on? And then we learn. So I'm looking excited to see how we can get that done. Speaking of making policy changes, I don't think we should deliberate during our report of mayor and council. I don't think this is the appropriate time for me to ask a director, a city manager, an attorney. I think it changes. I don't think it's fair because you haven't had time to respond appropriately. And it kind of makes you look inferior to us. This is a report where we're supposed to talk about the goodness of things that we've done, not to drill you about why you didn't do this, why you didn't do that. This is not that time. And I respect the fact that if we just not do that. And there again, we can call y'all. I got my answers answered by me and Ms. Johnson. We had a great conversation. She gave me all my answers. I always do. She gave me my answers today. Glenn gave me my answers. I don't come here to procrastinate and pontificate and try and sound like I'm smart. I already got my answers. And y'all can do the same. We shouldn't be here till midnight. It's 11:48. And then, last but not least, I hate to bring this up, but I want to just say a little bit about Next Air. You know, I spent my whole life trying to protect my daddy's name, Gay. Ain't too many people named Gay. It's French for Gaylord. somebody got lazy and just started saying gay. Now, but what I'm saying is, I spent my whole, since my 20s, to be a lawful man, to love God, to love family. I have never had so many columns, articles written about us in the last several months. And the crazy thing about it is, in the words of Yehuda Smolar, when you ain't did nothing, ain't nothing you can do. So I don't get it. I don't get what the goal is to keep calling journalists that you know, or calling media friends. I mean, it's some editors now, it seems like they weren't even being read till they started writing about us. One lady told me the other day, it's like we got our own dedicated editors now. This lady will write about the rock wall, she'll write about next, she writes about everything. And then argues with me, and I told her, from this point on, I'm gonna have to stop talking to you, because I try to be accountable, I try to be transparent. But you seem to be biased. The AJC, I grew up with the AJC. We grew up with that big old paper in our house. I used to snatch the comments from my dad. I used to look at the dog section. Now they writing about us in the AJC. And I will say this. Next era was Councilman Clay's piece of legislation, the MIT guy. Remember him? The electrical, that's his legislation. That ain't my legislation. I didn't even know nothing about battery storage till he brought it up. Ain't nobody wrote about Ambrose. He not got one article about him. You find me one article against Ambrose Clay, I resign my seat. 2, no, nobody want a battery storage plant in their house, but neither do I want Delta and Southwest to be flying within feet of my head. Nor do I want CSX Railroad to be parked on Roosevelt when I go home tonight. God knows what's in them tanks. Nor do I want tractor trailers all governing in their engines, stopping and just stopping anywhere where they want. I want to live in Buckhead. I want to live on Tuxedo. I want to go to Dubai. I live here because I can't go nowhere else. So I might as well just make the best of where I'm at. If I could move, I would be gone. I would. I want to live in Chattahoochee Hills or Dunwoody. I'd love to live over there. They got a great quality of life. I'm on the phone Sunday begging the people to stop throwing trash at the Family Dollar parking lot. We done did all that work with them lights, them trees, and mom's throwing her trash. I said, Mom, how you gonna do this? We out here trying to make the community better for you. I feel you, next era people. But get this. Washboard lost his whole community. Gone. The whole community because of airport. When you get on, I'm not done, but when you get on a plane, do anybody say, ooh, I feel bad for the people of Riverdale. Ooh, I feel bad for the people that lost their houses. No, you don't. You get on that plane, you get on where you going. You don't think about the people who had eminent domain take their property. You don't think about that. You don't think about the people on the ramp that's listening to those loud engines when they ascend. You just think about where you're trying to go. So, next year proposes to, and by the way, it's gonna take them 2 years to build it. They ain't built it yet, by the way. And if they don't build it, in the words of Ambrose Clay, they can put a tractor trailer hub because that's the zoning they got. The other thing is, I meet with Brecker and Hugh and the engineers at the airport to talk about what is this? What is this 400 megawatts of power that this city may have? Unlike any city. And I'll just tell you something real quick, and I'm about done. you said 3 minutes, so see, when that 3 minutes kick in, so I'm gonna get it in while I can. So look. Oh, we said 5. Well, let me get my 5 minutes real quick. But I just want to tell y'all this real quick. For those who are listening, who want to be doing all this right. Now just watch this real quick. Just to show you that we own to something. If I can just find it. Bear with me, Mayor. I can't find it, but let me tell you what it is. I researched over the weekend, Cinco de Mayo weekend, 5 airports that has battery storage and solar providing power. When Atlanta Airport went down, it cost $50 million. When Atlanta Airport lost its power in 20, it cost $50 million. Imagine for a minute, the city of College Park had a capacity of 450 megawatts of power that could give power in the peak part. John Dew said peaks. He was arguing for me. In the peak moments, imagine having NextAir sell that power to the Atlanta Airport Aviation Authority. We don't know what this is, so don't kill us and then you come out 2 years from now bragging about, oh, we got it going on. But you done killed us. But then, you know, just like in our clothes, just like the battery at Cobb County. They said the man was corrupt. They said all kind of things about that man who sponsored the battery bill. He lost his seat. Now the battery is about the best thing Cobb County got going. So please be careful before you keep criticizing and damaging, trying to damage people's career. And I'll tell you one more, Keisha Lance Bottoms, man, we saw her at the vice president thing. She's so comfortable in her skin, till she didn't have to run again. She didn't have to keep running. Some people don't have to be up here. Some people can take it or leave it. Some people can move on up. She decided, you know what, I did the Gulch. Yeah, I did it. I'm the bomb.com. I did it, and I didn't check with none of y'all, and the deal got done. So now you hating on me. So now when we go to the Gulch, when it get built, are you gonna worry about Keisha and her feelings? And then the last thing I'm gonna say is, we got this thing called BIDA. We got people been on BIDA collectively for 20 years. The same people. Ain't nothing been built. Nada. Nothing. As my son Blake said, you can own your passion, you can own your prejudice, you can own your fears, but you cannot own your facts. Nothing has been built. But guess what? In the good old mighty Ward 4, Brother Muhammad, we got $100 million development through COVID. Me, Salisa Jefferson, Hand Walk, the Folia Group, and his dad, then they lost it, then they foreclosed, then the Rockland family flew down here, and then then the interim city manager and Mercedes about to run them out of town, and I had to go down there and say, stop it already, and now we got $100 million development. Ain't been no biter, ain't been no 20 people vote. It's there, it's done. And it's got a $2 million park that we simply asked them, if you're gonna buy this and develop it, can you just fix up the park? We got a $2 million park. Ain't nobody writing about that in the paper. All they wanna write about is underhanded, corrupt, crooks. I'm over it already, they're gonna go to jail. But you're not, and you damaging our brand. And the last thing I want to say, earlier tonight, I wondered what team we was on. I thought we was on, I was like, who team I'm playing on? It was so much confusion, I could barely keep up. Are we playing on the team of community? Are we playing on the team of bettering the quality of life? Are we up here we fighting each other? We damaging our own brand. If I wanna say something to you, because you on my team, I'm gonna wait. In the morning, I'm gonna come to your office and we're gonna have a conversation. That's how we gonna do that. I'm not gonna let that camera see me make you or you talk to me like I'm just trying to keep somebody's house from being repossessed or taken. So, two final things. The Jack Longino Scholarship for all you scholars who have made it and graduating, please come down to City Hall or whatever, go online and apply for that $2,000. Please. There's no GPA requirement. You just have to live in College Park. So if you got, last year I drove around in my car, in my gas, and I looked at people graduation signs in their yard. I can't afford to do that this year. Please come down there and come get some money for your children. And the second thing is, one thing the previous mayor used to do, Brother Muhammad, is he'll take credit for your work. He'll throw a sign in your work so quick. Oh, I did this. You be done just finished a project and you look over there and he got his sign in the yard. And I'm okay with that. But I'm going to tell you something, I'm done. When they had the splosh in 2000, and y'all got to fact check me, I think it was 2015, Fulton County had a splosh. Everybody got a new school. Everybody. Did we give some money to the splosh? City manager, we had about $28 million in the splosh before Dr. Looney came here. And my children and I went to his meet and greet, and I said, Dr. Looney, I'm from the city of College Park. I want to know, when you going to do something about that splosh? I'm going to make it priority. And next thing I know, we getting a school, which was the school next door. They building up a school. So fast forward, I was talking to Dr. Samples, and he says, Councilman Gay, none of your children in your city done took advantage of coming to this school to get an associate's degree or a trade when they graduate. He said, the only people calling me are the people from the other county. I said, are you serious? He says, man, I put it on the website. Where are your children at? So what I'm trying to say to y'all is, please tell your constituents about the Promise Academy. It's an opportunity that they just should not. I know it's rigorous. I know they want to go to Westlake and hang out with their folks, but moms and dad, you're going to save a lot of money. And that's all I have.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Adediran, I think that there was an issue with water tonight in the city. Are you aware of that?
No, not at all.
Okay, all right. So we'll get updates later. All right, is there a motion to enter into enter into executive session for the purposes of discussion of real estate and litigation?
Motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Carn. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Arnold. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, thank you. That is unanimous amongst those present. So we will go into executive session at 12:02.